Hello. The game was being really slow, so I have to reopen it. That's super fun. Um, thumbs up. Because we're like, oh yeah, I'll just put it in full screen real quick, fast, right before I gotta unavail myself. But, hmm. Hmm. Just, hmm. This is very fun. I love starting stream with Scuff. Isn't it the best? Yummy, tasty Scuff.
Shut up!
Hello. Ah, Peachy, hello. 33-month resub, that's crazy. Yeah. Congrats on first, though. I will add the thingy to the thingy when I'm done doing this thingy. That's thingy. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. Do this before I commit a forgore. Okay. Okay, already off to a much better start because for whatever reason, the game is being really slow and choppy when I went to do this earlier. But all's well that ends well, right? So, my intentions are, since I'm starting early, is to finish the rest of the hinae route and get the bad end for the hinae route as well. And then we can move on to the next thing, because I can comprehend words and not fuck up again and accidentally get the same ending that we got the first time. Like, reading comprehension aside and just like actually taking the time to read the things in front of my face, I don't fully regret that mistake just because it is interesting that when you know that it is Sakuma, they stop like obscuring his voice for that one part where he's talking to Serika. So like that was still worth it a little bit to me, but it did put us off track. But with any luck, we can go ahead, knock out the hinae route. We're already doing the normal good for that one. And then we'll get the bad ending after, because since I fucked up, it's like, I want to have the time to at least do that one, and I didn't, so... Yeah. Anyways. Where we left off last time. We're Donnie, yes! Hey, let's go someplace on the way back. Mm-hmm. 3 days had passed since the attack by Haida Riko. There had been no new events with the case. The police were probably still investigating Haida Riko. They hadn't announced anything else. There must have been some kind of censorship in effect, because the TV shows had mostly stopped talking about it. The only people who were still talking about it were online. The wrong-siders at school seemed to have forgotten that a murder occurred in this very building. Uh-huh. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Kurusu was looking down over me. Her injury from the other day still hadn't fully healed. But Dad had told her that she'd been able to go back to school, and so today she had. It's nothing, really. Yeah, right. You're probably hoping that something else happens with the case, aren't you? I'm not, no. Listen, Takaru. You were almost killed. Even if they caught the woman, you're still in danger. And you agreed that even if you're not going after the case, you could still have fun, right? Don't forget that. That line hits different after the common route ending. I know that. Do you really? Then... Shut up. I just said that I know. You don't have to keep saying the same thing over and over. I'm not a kid. Spoiler alert. Yes, you are. You're all baby. You're in high school. You're baby. Knowing Kurisu, I was ready for her to be even more annoying, but... You're right. I'm sorry. Huh? I wasn't sure how to react to that. You're right. You're doing what you're doing for a reason. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Just don't do anything dangerous, please. I know. Kurisu smiled weakly, took her bag and left the room. What was that? And that really threw me off. I ran into Serika when I left the classroom. And actually, she was probably waiting for me. I wanted to see if you wanted to go home together. I didn't really say anything, but Serika started walking next to me anyway. I saw what just happened. You mean with Kurisu? Did you see or did you mind read? Squints eyes at Seriko. You shouldn't treat her like that. Motion's still recovering. You need to be nice. I didn't mean to... Yeah, I really didn't mean to hurt her. Kurisu always had to be right, no matter what. She'd been like that ever since we lived together at Alba dorm. And sometimes, it just got frustrating to deal with someone who was always right. After I'd make my promise with Kurisu, I was still watching the news and looking online, but I'd been trying my best to avoid doing anything else. For the past few days, I'd been staying quiet. I'd even cancelled the club meeting for today, and I was trying my best not to think about how bored I was. But the way she said those things, it still made me out to be the bad guy. Huh? What's wrong? I forgot something. I've been thinking so much that I've gotten distracted. Oh, a fucking mood, especially lately. Sorry, I've got to go back and get it. Go home without me. Oh, sure. Okay. I've been spacing out lately. Maybe I was just too bored. No, here it is. Even if I'd gotten in a fight with Kurisu, I still couldn't believe I'd forgotten my Pokécom. Just as I grabbed my Pokécom, I went to leave. I saw a familiar pair of blonde twin-tails bobbing down the hallway. She was cheerfully walking down the hall with a group of several other girls. Were they classmates or friends from her club? It was the same group of girls I'd seen before. Anyway, so I saw Haruka walking with Inoue a while ago. No way! You're kidding me! I thought she was close with Shirai-kun. Wait, Hina, that was forever ago. After Shirai-kun, there was all that stuff with Morimoto-kun. Oh, high schoolers. No way, I had no idea. Nobody told me about this. Well, you seem to have a lot going on at the time. Wow, that's a real shock. Anyway, I wish you'd tell me how to be popular with guys like that. I'm not doing it because I want to. I know that. We all agree that it was Shirai's fault, right? That's right. We all know you're a good girl, Haruka. There. Wow, a lot's going on in the world, huh? Stop it. You sound like an old woman. Nah, I can't keep up with you youngsters these days. Animita, please. You're like 16 or 17. One of the two. What? That's hilarious. Anyway, how are you for time? Oh crap, you're right. Wait, you're not coming, Hina? I'm too old for this stuff. I'll let you young people handle it. Aw, cut it out. Anyway, see you. Okay, adios, gracias. Evidently, Artemida wasn't going with the rest of the group. She watched them disappear down the hallway, laughing and chattering as they went, and then... Fair. She sighed loudly. And then, as if she really was an old woman, she lazily put her hand on her shoulder and stretched her neck out. Oh, mood. And then... Oh. Our eyes met. Ciao, Miyashiro-senpai. Hi. Did you see that? Do you mean the conversation you just had? Or how lazy you looked just a second ago? Whoops, he saw both, huh? That was a screw up. She slapped her hand to her forehead like a bad comedian and smiled. Why don't you go with them? Aw, jeez, you should be able to guess. It's a pain in the ass. Her happy tone vanished, and she seemed genuinely annoyed. They're all shallow. They say things they don't mean. They pretended to have fun. You disagree about the slightest thing. The next time you're out of the group. That Haruka girl you just saw goes from one boy to another. She especially likes taking other people's boyfriends. She makes them break up, and then as soon as they do, she gets bored and dumps the guy. Everyone else is pissed off at her, but they're all just playing along and laughing. It's the same with Rie and Maki. They both said she was a good girl, but neither of them believe it. But they smile and just play along and pretend to be friends. It's ridiculous and it makes me sick. Just the idea of hanging out with them after school too makes me want to throw up. I'd heard Arimura talk like this several times before. Sometimes it had been directed at me, yeah. But I felt like she was more emotional now than she had ever been before. Everybody told a lie or two. But if you didn't know when other people were lying, it was still possible to trust them. But once you knew when they were lying, once you knew they were thinking under their smiles, or what they were thinking under their smiles, rather, could you still trust them like you did before? I didn't think I could. Maybe knowing if what you were told was true or not was a lot more painful than we thought it was. I remembered what Arimura had written for her wish during the school festival. Please let the truth be found. And the tiny wish was a cry from her soul. But her voice was a whisper. I hate myself most of all for hanging out with them anyway. Arimura. Just kidding. She tried to go back to her usual self and give me a mischievous wink, but she must have realized that it didn't work. She scratched her head, looking awkward. Oh, jeez. Don't make that face. I don't know how to deal with it. Hey, can I ask you something? No. What? Why are you telling me this? Huh? You and I just met until just a little while ago. We could barely even talk. So, why are you telling me this? Great question. I'm not sure. Because I've been giggling just like you. Well, that's probably part of it, but it's probably because you're so easy to figure out. He just wears his heart on his sleeve after all. I'm easy to figure out. Yeah. You're the type who can't hide what they're feeling, you know? When you lie, you start to get all flustered. But don't be stupid. I've got my poker face on at all times. That's impossible, he says, while lying and flustered. See? Just like that. No, that was just... No, it was just what? I felt like the more I tried to respond, the more I was digging my own grave. Oh, there he is. Hey, Taku. Serika came back. She must have not gone home after all. What's up? Did you forget something too? No, that's not right. You're taking so long that I decided to come check on you. Serika came running up to me, her cheeks puffing in and out as she gasped for air. I told you to go home without me. True, but remember what you said this morning? You needed a new smartphone, and I figured if you were going to get one, I should come too. Come to think of it, I never did find my phone. Glares at Serika. According to Shinjo-san, that Yamazawa girl had left it alone. As for the photo, it was sad, but if it wasn't coming back, there was nothing I could do about it. I talked to Serika this morning about how I needed to get a new one, but... Oh, it's Hina-chan. You just noticed her? Ciao, Seri. Ciao. Oh, Hina-chan, you wanna come too? We're getting a new smartphone. Hey, who said we're going today? Huh? We're not? Well, whatever. Oh, I'll pass. It'd be awkward if I ran into my friends. Yeah? I'm not sure I follow, but that's too bad. Alright, I'm off. Adios. Gracias. Gracias. I don't know why I fucked up saying gracias, but it's okay, we move on. This time she posed like a businessman ninja from an old manga and then skipped off toward home. What? Businessman ninja from an old... That's so specific. I don't get it, but okay. Hey, on the way. Huh? Am I easy to figure out? Yes. Yeah. She didn't hesitate at all. What's wrong, Taku? He looked down. How is he supposed to remain all cool and mysterious if he's easy to read? It's nothing. Yeah, not that Sadiko's the right person to ask, correct? Like, even if she couldn't read minds, like... I'd always considered myself inscrutable and mysterious, so that was a bit of a shock. Anyway, Hina-chan's so much fun, isn't she? Is she? You were having fun talking to her. Fun? Me? Talking to Arimura? Sure, that whole "you're going to be killed" thing when we first met scared the hell out of me. But when I actually talked to her, I found that she wasn't that scary at all. I was never really good at dealing with normies. In the common sense of the word, mind you. Not the superior original sense. But Arimura felt different than the others. And part of it was that she was a gigglomaniac too. But the biggest reason was probably that she was always keeping her distance from other people. She kept a comfortable distance to avoid making anybody upset. She learned how to do it through her long practice. And in that sense, it's fun. I don't mind it, I guess. I see. What? Why do you look so happy? No reason. Anyway, are we going to get that phone? Nah. I think I'll pass for today. Yeah? Aww. I should've just gone home then. That's what I told you to do. There still might be a lot of sumo stickers in town. I should stay put for a while. That sucks. Maybe I'll go invite Non-chan and we can eat some sweets then. Do that. I'm sure it would make Kurisu happy. Okay. See you, Taku. Right. Now then. Maybe I should go home and read the latest edition of Cool Cat Press, which Gensan brought me yesterday. Oh boy, Cool Cat Press. 2005? Smiles. There were always smiles in Arimura's family back then. Look, Hina, you got some cream stuck on your lips. Oh no, get it off, big bro. Fine. There, I got it. Thanks, big bro. You really do love your big brother, don't you? That's right. But it's always such a big help to have Shingo-chan take care of Hina-chan. Keep it up, Shingo. Their mother and father were both busy with work. Sometimes they'd have to sleep at the company, and they didn't spend a lot of time at home. But when they were with the family, they always smiled. And hinae had a big brother too. Just having her brother by her side was enough for her to not feel lonely. She could and did believe that she was part of a happy family. For young Hinae, that was her whole family. That was what was true for her. One day, Hinae was bullied a little at school. It started with something small. Someone said that they lost the basketball game in gym class because of her. Hinae was a tiny little girl, and the big ball scared her. When they passed it to her, she ducked away. Aw. When her brother Shingo saw that she was down, he immediately asked her, "What's wrong? Is someone bullying you?" Hinae shook her head. No, I'm not being bullied. She was embarrassed. She didn't want her family to know that someone was mad at her for something. So that was why, in that moment, she lied. But her brother had known immediately that she wasn't telling the truth. Hinae, lying is wrong. Whatever you do, don't tell lies. I don't want you turning into that kind of coward. It was the first time she'd ever seen her brother look so strict. Her brother hated lies more than anybody. She'd been so impressed by her beloved brother that she'd sworn to herself that she'd never tell a lie. She couldn't grow up to be a coward. She wasn't going to tell any lies. Actually, Hinae told her brother everything. That she'd been bullied at school. That was over something that had happened at gym class. Wanna practice with me, then? No. Can I? Sure, if you get good, nobody will be mad anymore. I mean, depending on how good she gets, it actually might make more people mad. It's like, what do you mean this tiny little one is better at basketball than me? That's unfair. Type bullshit. With her brother's help, hinae got over her fear. And the bullying stopped, and her friends came back. She came to love her brother even more. But one day, hinae realized that all her happiness was nothing but an illusion. It started when she witnessed her parents cheating. That's nice. 4 days had passed since we'd been attacked by Hidoriko. And there had been no developments in the case. So, what do we do? Who in chat yawned? Raise your hand. Hey, are you listening to me, Ashiro? I'm listening. We're talking about the newspaper club's next move, right? Sheesh. If you're listening, then say something. Just staring out the window and yawning like you're bored. And that's because I really was bored. It'd been a month and a half since the Don't Look case. So much had happened, and then everything had suddenly come to a halt. I wasn't sure how to handle all this peace and quiet. Part of me was hoping that there'd be some new development, and part of me was thinking that maybe this was just how it was going to come to an end. You got your promise with the Empress. Maybe there's not much you can do about it. And that's not it. It's just that there's nothing happening. There's nothing we can do. In fact, the whole madness with the sumo stickers was starting to recede as well. According to Serika, all the stickers that had been covering the city had been removed when she'd gone into town yesterday. More of, I went to town yesterday and took down the sumo stickers. Probably. The government must have taken them down or something. Yeah, the government. Since just seeing them was enough to make me sick, I was pretty glad, but... That's... I looked down out the window and saw an unusual pair of people. What's up? Nothing. No, huh. It's Arimura and Kazuki. I was just thinking that them being together is pretty unusual. Yeah, that's true. But you remember what happened, right? Where Arimura got Kazuki to actually... Oh right, yeah, that happened. And Kazuki had talked, huh? That surprised me too. And that never happened before after all. Yeah, I've never heard her laugh, but I've never heard her talk before that. Arimura and Kazuki were talking happily. But from here, I couldn't hear what they were saying, or from the look of it, Arimura was doing all the talking, and Kazuki was just shaking and nodding her head. But it didn't seem she didn't seem upset or bothered at all. Come to think of it, you've been getting along well with Arimura lately too. Huh? What's he talking about? Don't try to fool me. I heard you two were having a great time talking to each other after school. I wonder who told him that. Serika must have told him. God, where does she get these ideas? We're not really friends. Arimita's just kind of the same as me, you know? So we get along well. That's all there is to it. What? That's a waste. What do you mean it's a waste? You don't know? Hinae is actually pretty popular. Popular? You mean guys like her? Yeah, just look at her. She's pretty cute and she's the type of person who could get along with anybody. That's only because of her power. That doesn't matter. Nobody knows about it. What matters is how they see that. Or see it, and true either way. I suppose that makes sense. Unedited just trying to avoid making enemies. Okay, yawn attack, rude. Unedited is just trying to avoid making enemies, but on the other hand, that also means she has to make friends. You really are dense about this stuff, though. And yet, you're the one calling other people wrong-siders. Listen, Ito. Since you seem to be misunderstanding this, I'll give you a lecture. Just so we're clear, who's popular and who's dating who are minor pieces of information that are only valuable within the small community of Hekiho Academy. Knowing those facts doesn't make you a true insider, and it certainly doesn't give you the ability to determine larger truths. All it does is make you the best friend in a visual novel. Who are you calling the best friend in a visual novel? Oh, Ito, if only you knew that you were in fact the best friend in a visual novel. What you just said is exactly what that kind of character always says. Come to think of it, you might be right. Come on, don't let something that doesn't matter get you down. Class is starting. Ito looked really depressed for some reason. I tried to cheer him up, then looked back out the window. Narimiri and Kazuki were gone.
Taku, is the club meeting today?
Serika came by as soon as class was over. There's not much to do, but I was thinking of at least going to the club room. Anyway, you got here quick. Huh? Oh, yeah. Class ended early today. Whatever. Anyway, let's get going. Ciao! Now it's Harimita's turn to barge in. She opened the door as energetic as ever. At the same time, the whole class started to stir. Hey, it's Harimita Hinae, in the second year class. You're right. I love girls like her. She just looks so happy all the time. Wait, what's she doing in our class? Miyashita-senpai is... Oh, there you are. Everyone was surprised to see her walk straight over to me. Huh? You're kidding me. What's she doing with a guy like Miyashiro? Oh, fucking boy. Is this her first... Is this her first illusion in this route? It might be. If I remembered for sure, I would have gone ahead and made a save here, but since I don't remember for sure, I'll leave it alone. Miyashita-senpai, ciao! Hi. Mito had been saying was evidently true. I could feel all the boys in the class glaring at me. It kind of made me feel superior.
Oh, Sari's here too. Ciao. Ciao.
At some point, Serika had started copying Arimita's greeting. So, what brings you here?
Oh, jeez. You know there's only one reason I would come here.
Yeah, this is definitely setting it up for a delusion. One reason? Here we go. What does he think it is? Oh, Sarika's here.
Prince Takaru, I've come for you.
The prince. His little... What's she talking about?
So it's true that you've lost your memories then?
I guess I'll have to explain.
I can explain, Taku.
Onoe.
I never told you this before, but I'm actually an alien from the planet Gigaloma, 3.6 million light years away from Earth.
Uh-huh.
And Taku, so are you.
I'm an alien. That's right. The planet Gigaloma is split into 6 kingdoms. 5 of them consist of only women, and the 6th, the only one with men, is yours, Prince Takaru. Okay. Kurisu, what are you talking about? Are you feeling okay? Have you gone nuts? Serika, that would make both of you 3.6 million years old. Perhaps. Perhaps it would. She really just told him he's from the gay planet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's like, that sounds gay. Hello. I know you may find it hard to believe, but it's true. Even Kunosato-san? Wait, that's not what Kunosato's personality is like. What's going on here? We're all princesses from these countries, and we've all come here in hopes of becoming your queen. Uh-huh. But Prince Takaru, when you came to this planet, you were caught up in the earthquake that took place in the city and lost your memories. Just wait a second. I'm having trouble keeping up with all this. We all decided to wait until you got your memories back, but no more. It's time for you to choose your bride. Our countries, and the whole of planet Gigaloma itself, are in danger of destruction. I mean, I bet it's in danger of destruction if all of the fucking royalties over here, 3.6 billion light years away. Prince Takaru, I want you to marry me. Maybe. Kazuki, you too?
I want to get married too.
Even Yamazoe.
Do you understand, Prince Takaru?
If you understand, and then choose me as your partner, and give me a passionate kiss as a sign of your love. Wait, no cutting a line, non-chan. I'm the one who's best friends with Taku. Right, Taku? You'll choose me, right? No, wait, this is all too sudden. Are you sure you weren't playing Love Choo-Choo by mistake? I'm pretty sure. I don't even have Love Choo-Choo. Unless... That's not true. I know Miyashiro-senpai is in love with me. Isn't that right, Miyashiro-senpai? No. Wait, he belongs to me. And that personality just does not fit you.
He's mine. Maybe. No, he's mine.
This is her route.
Taku's mine. He's mine.
No, he's mine.
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 Mine. Mine.
I was expecting a maybe at the end of hers, not gonna lie.
Mine.
Mine. Wait, calm down, everyone. Everyone was looking at me.
Who will you choose?
What do I do? All of these two are just like blinking and smiling, like, hmm? How stupid. Mm-hmm. A prince? What the hell is wrong with me? A lot.
Senpai, are you listening?
I love that Sarika's smile shifted just a little, but it's like, yeah, I was asking what you were doing here.
I was wondering whether there'd been any news.
No, not really.
Oh dear, I see. That's too bad. Huh? But Taku, are you going to the club room now?
Well, I was planning on it.
Why not invite Hina-chan then? Huh? You'll be bored by yourself, won't you?
By myself? You're not coming, Onoe?
I just remembered that I've got somewhere to be.
I see. Maybe she just wants space away after that delusion.
By the way, No-chan's busy with the student council, and Teen-san says he's got something to do today.
Like, come to think of it, the two of them had disappeared.
So Hina-chan, take care of Taku for me today. Bye-bye.
Huh?
Sari.
Sarika left the room before anyone could stop her. What exactly was she trying to do? Give you two alone time? Duh. Only me and Ayumida were left. Mm-hmm. You don't have to worry about what Onoe said. What?
Did you forget about my power, senpai?
Right. What is she talking about?
Well, you'd probably be lonely in there by yourself. I guess I can come too.
Hey, would it be lonely? Then I didn't ask you to come. Do I actually think deep down that I'd be lonely there by myself? No, but that's...
Yeah, I get it. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Ayumida wrapped her arm around mine and dragged me out of the classroom before I could protest any further. Admittedly, seeing the jealousy in the other boys' eyes made me feel kind of good. Miyashiro wants to make the other boys jealous. Hee ha ha. I don't know. Huh? When I got to the club room, I was surprised to see that someone was already there.
Oh, Hana, you're here.
Kozuki was playing her game like always. When she saw us, she nodded slightly.
What are you up to? He is up to again? Is Is ESO2 really that fun? I see. Maybe I'll give it a try sometime then.
Hold on. There's no way. Kazuki smiled? I'd seen her laugh when she found something funny on the night we'd stayed over for the school festival, but I'd never seen her smile so happily before. And not to mention, she'd been talking to Arimura yesterday too. Hey, when did you two get so close?
Man, you know the answer to that, right? Just recently, we started talking and realized that we really got along, right?
Maybe since Kazuki doesn't talk, it's easier for them to get along. Maybe they actually make a pretty good pair. So, what do you guys usually talk about?
Nothing special. Just things like what happens at school, on our private lives, our past.
Yeah, the yapper and the listener. Not like Arimura's expression clouded over for a second. The past. Her dark past. Oh no.
Well, does it really matter? Let's talk about the case. I got a call from the detective last night.
Did he find something new? Okay, you don't have to get that excited, Top Good-ni.
Nothing. The police are really useless when it counts, aren't they?
You mean all the time? Yeah, you're right. I see. From what Shinjo-san had told Arimura, the underground facility at AH Tokyo General had totally disappeared. And then, that in itself was a big development. It also meant that all our clues were gone. And then there was that Yamazoe Uke girl. Uki. Blah. And they were looking after her at that Frigio place, but all she did was cry. They couldn't get any information out of her, and even get her to explain who she was. Since Arimura had brought it up, I was hoping that there'd been some new development. I felt a little let down.
But that doesn't mean it's a good idea to start looking around on your own, senpai.
And your power.
And you aren't using it, are you?
You don't need to tell me that. Things were calming down, and we hadn't been attacked since then. But that didn't mean that the case was over.
Looks like you're telling the truth. I'll give you a pat on the head.
Head pats for me, when? Head pats for me, when? I knocked Arimura's hand away. It's okay, I'll take the head pats. Yeah! Head pats! Both of you, wonderful. Stop it! There'd be no point in lying over something like this.
Well, I figured I had to bring it up anyway.
I don't want that happening to anyone else I know. Fair. And by that, she was probably referring to Kakita. She mentioned before that Kakita had been investigating the Gigolo maniacs. He suspected that some huge organization was involved, but whether they were responsible for the crimes or if it was all that Hidorika person, I didn't know. Either way, it was probably a good idea not to do anything until they knew.
Anyway, shouldn't you give us a way to get a hold of you?
Without a phone, if something happens, I won't be able to get a hold of you. We're in this together, right? In this together, huh?
What's wrong?
Nothing, but yeah, you're right. I do need to get one soon. I couldn't stay without a phone forever. With that one, I couldn't call for help if I needed it.
Alright, time for a shopping trip on Sunday. It's settled.
Huh? You don't just get to decide that. Why Sunday?
Because it'll be a good way to relax. And it'll be fun, right?
Fun. Wait, are you coming too?
Well, I need to relax once in a while, you know?
Why not go with your friends then?
If by friends you mean the girls I hang out with all the time, then absolutely not.
Why?
It's not fun.
Yeah, I suppose it probably isn't a lot of fun when you know that the quote-unquote friends you're talking to are lying to you. Wait a second. Does that mean that when you're with me, you're having fun?
Well, you know about my power. It actually makes things a lot easier on me.
That's true. I can't lie since I know that she could tell when I'm doing it. And even if I do, I won't be able to keep it up. And that's exactly how I'm acting around her right now. But doesn't that mean she could only have fun with anybody who knows about her power? Then why don't we invite Unedited? Suddenly, I felt a light impact on the back of my head. I turned around and saw that Kazuki had given me a chop to the back of the head. Hey, what was that for? Kazuki's really like, get a fucking clue. Oh, so that's it. I get it. You wanna come too, right, Kazuki? Please hit him again. Please hit him again. Yeah! Ow, ow, ow! What's wrong with that? So you're telling me not to invite Unedited? Okay, maybe Kurisu eats it. Oh my god. I know you're dead Takumi, but come on. Or Takaru, whatever. One of the Takus. Kazuki's raised fist landed straight on top of my head. Evidently, she didn't want me to invite anyone.
Alright, so that's that then. We'll meet in front of the Hachiko statue at noon on Sunday. Adios, gracias.
Does this boy want to get hit? Maybe. He might be into that. Huh? Harimura. Bows. Both Harimura and Kazuki had vanished before I had a chance to stop them. You know what this just reminded me of? That one text post of someone like asking out another person, and the person be like, okay, who's this other person here for? It's like, oh, they're here for emotional support. That type of thing? Yeah. Anyways. Sunday, in front of the Hachiko statue. And they don't really have any plans that day. I didn't want to see if the sumo stickers really were all gone too, so I don't mind going. But shopping? Just the two of us? That sounds like a date. Okay, so he still has not gotten a clue yet. Got it. Buddy. Date? Could it be? Even after coming home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd been practically forced into meeting with her on Sunday. I was going out shopping with a girl. From an outsider's perspective, would that be considered a date? Yeah. Like, even if it's platonic, like truly platonic and just friends, I would consider that a friendship date, you know? But if going shopping with a girl made it a date, then I've been on plenty of dates with Serika and Kurisu before. Like I said, friendship date. However... A date was supposed to be the kind of thing that Cool Cat Press wrote about. That was a little different than what I'd done with Serika and Kurisu. When I went out with Kurisu, we were always going grocery shopping and stuff. I was just there to hold the bags. You couldn't call that a date. I mean, you could, but since it's like grocery shopping, that's just errand running. And Serika would just tag along whenever I wanted to go somewhere. You couldn't call that a date either. You could, though. One of these days, Takuryu will learn that anything can be a date. So, what was the exact definition of a date anyway? Oh, buddy. According to the dictionary, it was two members of the opposite sex meeting at a designated time. You heard it here first, folks. The dictionary thinks that gay people can't go on dates. That's all. Which meant that maybe all the things I'd done so far weren't dates, and what I was doing Sunday was... And still, I couldn't get too far ahead of myself. If I thought that it was a date and she didn't, I ended up looking like a fool. But if Anamina actually did think it was a date, and I couldn't escort her properly, I'd still look really stupid. So there's this thing called asking clarifying questions. You could just do that. Minamikata Sensei's column is in Cool Cat Press always said that a man who couldn't make a woman happy was scum. Yeah, I can stand by that. Scum. It'll be fine. I'm an only after all. Nobody. Keep puffing that copium. If it is actually a date, it would be a good idea to get prepared. And then if it turns out not to be, I can just change my plans. If I can just get all the how-to knowledge crammed into my head. How to know when a girl is asking for it. No. All the techniques to make her moan. Buddy... no. How to get your ideal body. You're not gonna get that in like a few days, buddy. No. Where is he? He always showed up when I didn't want him to, but now that I needed him, he was nowhere to be seen. Oh, there he is. Gen-san! No, Taku. What's the hurry? You want a drink? No. Do you have a new issue of that thing? What thing? You know, the one I always buy. Cool Cats. Oh, hat. I don't know. I'm not sure. If you do, I want it. Have it by tomorrow. By tomorrow? Not happening. Don't say that. Come on, I'll pay you. Boy's desperate. Can he not, like, find a digital copy? Like, if he needs it that bad, you know? October 18th, Sunday. The clock read 3 minutes to noon. I checked the time, took out a bottle of Mountain Dew, and took a big gulp. Hello, Catman, welcome on in. Rude. Thanks for the daily offering, though. If I hurried, I could make it to the station in 3 minutes. Buddy. So there was no need to panic. I cleared my head and opened up the March 99 issue of Cool Cat Press that Gen-san had rushed out to find for me. In your first date, a real man's choices. This was the article I'd been looking for. It had all the know-how I needed for my first date. Over the last 2 days, I'd gone through this in every other issue of Cool Cat Press to prepare myself. I was now the normiest of normies. The ultimate normie, you could say. Buddy. And this is what my normie database was telling me. Arrive late. Not only would being late keep her in suspense, it would also heighten her excitement for the events that were about to occur. Or she'd be pissed off at you for being late. I checked the time again, and it was noon exactly. Okay, let's go. I took the long way around Shibuya Station and headed for the Hachiko statue. As expected, there she was. I remember the phrases I'd read 1,000 times last night as I got close to her. You run up to her, out of breath, and say, "I'm sorry, did you wait long?" And then she'll say, "No, I just got here." Cool Cat Press, March 1999 edition. Okay, here it goes. Oh. I'm sorry, did you wait long? You're late! Huh? What are you thinking, senpai? How can you keep a lady waiting? Huh? Well, what if some guy came up to me and started hitting on me? Somebody almost did, you know. This doesn't make any sense. This thing from 1999 doesn't apply to the good old year of 2015? Cool Cat, what's going on? I turned around and glared at him, and he wandered off. But I was about to have a really uncomfortable time. I'm sorry. Well, whatever. Just be careful in the future. Okay, I understand. That one just didn't happen to work out. Next time it'll work for sure. Buddy. Come to think of it, those clothes are nice. Cool Cat dating tip number 2. Praise her outfit. Every girl loves compliments. Her clothes, her hairstyle, it doesn't matter what, just tell her it looks good. Huh? I've worn this outfit before though. You have? Sheesh, that means you don't care about me at all. It's kind of a shock. That's not true. Right, your hair. Did you cut your bangs? I did not. It failed again. What's going on, Cool Cat? Alright, let's go. Yeah, we can start with... Huh? Animita had started walking before it could say a word. Hey, where are you going? We're going to buy a phone, right? Huh? Is yours a Dokono? Or a Do? HB? Either way, it's this way, right? No tips. HB, short for hard to bump. A Japanese cell phone carrier, famous for their marketing strategies, ability to dominate the public discourse, as well as the white dog character in their commercials. I have no idea what this is a play on. Do. The popular name for a Japanese cell phone carrier. Their phones have been popular since before the days of smartphones due to their unique designs and functionality, and they have many dedicated fans. And Dokono, another Japanese cell phone carrier. They got their start with the pager business, and are Japan's largest and oldest cell phone carrier, famous for their mushroom-shaped mascot. Clearly I know nothing about Japanese cell carriers, cause, huh. Or do you maybe use a cheap SIM-free terminal? In that case. At most large cell phone companies, the phones are locked so that each phone can only have one SIM, subscriber identity module, the module that links a certain phone number to a certain phone. A SIM-free phone, however, does not have this lock on it, and since a single SIM-free phone can be used with multiple SIMs, and thus multiple phone numbers, it allows one to use their phone outside of their home country. I didn't know what the sim stood for like SIM cards. So now I know. Learning. Yippee. No. This way is right.
I see. Let's go then.
Unedited nodded and started walking again. That's right. I was so focused on the work date that I completely forgot the original reason why I came here. Fucking dumbass. It didn't take long at all to get a new smartphone. Once I picked out the phone and re-registered my number, I was able to pull most of my old data off of the cloud. My photo was gone, but unfortunately, there's nothing I could do about that.
Okay, I've got you added. Now we can get in touch if something happens.
And the first thing I did once I got my new phone was to add Arimura's number. And the problem was what to do now. I had accomplished my goal for the day. But I couldn't just let all the know-how I'd built up on how to be a normie go to waste. First, I need to confirm that she didn't have any other plans. Arimura, so after this...
So, what do we do now?
Oh.
You still got plenty of time left, right? It'd be a waste to just go home, wouldn't it?
That's right. If you don't mind, we could probably go somewhere after this. I didn't even spoke up before I could finish.
Alright, what should we do? I'm getting a little hungry. So then we... So why don't we go eat somewhere?
Oh boy, another delusion. I'm not sure how the delusion will work here. We'll find out. And that's fine. This is perfect. I'd had my eyes on a couple of restaurants just in case this happened. At times like this, it was important to pick a place that a girl would like. And that was what a normie had to be able to do. The problem was there were too many good options to choose from. There was the time to consider, the location, the weather and temperature too. Cool Cat had insisted that I take all of these into account. At this hour, every place would be pretty crowded. We should go someplace pretty late then. For example, something we could buy and then walk around and eat. Which means...
This place?
Yeah, the caramel popcorn's supposedly good.
Wow, you know more about trends than I thought, Miyashiro-senpai.
Well, I am a normie. Says no normie ever. Hold on, I'll go buy us some. Here you go.
Wow, it smells so sweet. It looks great.
Come on, let's eat.
Let's eat.
Humph. She really went humph.
It's so good. What is this? It's delicious.
Right? I hadn't spent the last 2 days doing research for nothing.
You have some too. Here, say,
Huh?
Well, is it good?
Yeah, it's, good. I was stammering.
Alright, now it's your turn, senpai.
Yeah, there is a Croc store in the background. Huh?
Well, that's good.
Why is this so exciting? This is totally different from going shopping with Serika and Kurisu. Is this what a date's like?
Oh, your hands are covered in popcorn dust.
No, you're right. Not the popcorn dust.
Here, let me see.
Huh? Before I could even think about what she meant, she grabbed my hand and I fucking knew it and stuck her fingers and mouth and got predictable.
Now they're all clean.
Lurd, loser, absolute loser, Takaru. Do normies actually do this sort of thing all the time? No. Not that one. Not in public, anyway.
Hey, senpai, I want you to come shopping with me.
Shopping? Okay.
Yes, actually, there was something I was thinking about buying.
Something she was thinking about buying?
This way, this way.
This delusion's going on for a hot minute. And she wouldn't tell me what it was that she wanted to buy. But we kept going further into an area meant for girls, and I was starting to feel more and more awkward.
If we ate a heavy lunch, I wasn't going to do this. I'm glad we got something light. Oh, here we go. This is it.
This is going where I think it is too, isn't it? Huh? This is... Any other game, this would be... There would just be a short route, yeah.
Don't open your eyes yet, senpai.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Go ahead.
Yep. That also went exactly where I thought it was going. You're predictable, Takaru.
Senpai, what's wrong?
Buddy. This isn't allowed, is it?
We'll be fine as long as nobody finds out.
Still, is it really okay for two of us to be in the same changing room in the swimsuit area together? Wait, I remember. There's a certain phrase for the situation. I think it's... What eroge is this? Net slang, used to refer to the situations commonly seen in hentai games. Similar to the phrase, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Anyway, senpai, I need you to tie it up for me. Otherwise, the suit's going to fall off.
You're sure?
You need to do it quickly, or...
When's he gonna snap out of this delusion? I don't want to be on this ride anymore. Okay, cool. No, that's not going to happen. It better not. But maybe, just maybe something similar might happen. Body. What kind of food do you want? There's plenty of places around here.
I'll let you choose.
I see. I recall the map I had tried cramming into my head. Alright, let's go there.
This place?
Huh? I was sure that it was here. Remember, I thought I would find an Italian restaurant with a delicious lunch menu. I instead found a ramen place. And there was a big line too.
Ramen, huh? Well, I like ramen, but I don't know about this line.
Yeah. This doesn't make sense. Oh, right. There's another place up here. You guys have phones. You could just... whatever. Right up this way. Currently remodeling. Grr, I didn't say that online. I'm starting to get a bad feeling. My reputation as a right-sider was in danger. Oh, buddy. You never were ignore me. Wait, there's still more. I think I want to go to the place where we always go. You mean Lax? They've got a monthly lunch special, right? I found out the one for this month yet. It's just you peasants. And I see you two are together this time. Your usual seat's open. The waitress let us inside, curtly as ever. A Mountain View, an orange juice, and 2 monthly lunch specials. Wait one moment. We ended up coming here, huh? You always feel safer going someplace you know, right? Yeah. Are you feeling down? Down? Why would I be feeling down? Because it didn't go like you planned? You tried to go complimenting me, walking on the side of the sidewalk facing the road, looking into popular restaurants. No, as a normie, I have all that memorized already. I didn't have to do any special research. Uh-huh. Toads. So you did, huh? Oh, right. I'm talking to Onimura. There's no point trying to lie. No, I thought so. You were so different than usual. Come to think of it, Onimura did say something similar before. Am I that easy to figure out? Yes. Yes, you are. Congratulations. Incredibly easy. But I like that about you. You don't have to try and make me feel better. Nobody wants to hear that nobody wants to hear that they're easy to figure out. I'm not trying to make you feel better. If nothing else, it's great because I can relax when I'm around you. Does that mean? Oh hey, lunch is here. Here's what you ordered. Now eat. It looks really good. Let's eat. Senpai, you're not going to eat? No, I'm going to eat. How was I supposed to interpret what she just said? I kept thinking throughout the rest of lunch, but I never came up with an answer. You got some time, right, Senpai? Can we hang out a little more? Yeah.
Don't get so tense. We don't have to do anything special. We can just be natural. Natural.
And so, I ended up walking around the city of Shibuya without Imuna, without doing a single item on my date plan. Heh, loser.
Hey, that's kinda cute, isn't it?
Was there any point in just wandering around with no plans or goals? I wasn't sure, but...
What kind of clothes do you like, senpai? Ones that show a lot of skin?
No, they're... I don't dislike them.
Thank you for your honesty.
I was surprised to find that part of me was enjoying me. I was surprised to find that part of me was enjoying it. Maybe that was just because there was no point in trying to pretend to be someone that I wasn't when I was without Imura.
Where should we go next?
But it wasn't just that.
Hey, senpai, did you know? On this street.
Hey! Suddenly, Unedited fell forward and almost tripped. I quickly grabbed her hand. Hand holding.
Phew, just in time. I was close.
How did you trip over nothing like that? Sure you're not getting old? You're older than her, buddy.
How rude. I'm younger than you are, but still, thank you.
Yeah. I felt a little awkward somehow and started to let go of her hand.
Can we stay like this for a little while longer? Maybe.
Damn, they're hand holding already? It's just their first date. Unfortunately, I didn't have the courage to let go of her hand after hearing her say that. Heh, fair. Cute. And things started to feel awkward and embarrassing.
Hey, look at those two. They look close.
They are hand holding, and in public.
I wish we could be like those two.
I'm choosing to interpret this as the woman wants to be with the other woman. I could hear people whispering as we passed them. Normally, I would have quickly moved away from Arimura after hearing that. But today, for some reason, it didn't bother me.
It's kind of strange.
What is?
Normally, I always pretend to be someone I'm not, so I feel like I don't really know who I am. Am I the person I am when I tell jokes with my friends? Or the person who gets mad when people tell me lies? Or the person I am when I'm smiling? Which of them is the real me?
Oh, hinae. You're a multi-dimensional, there we go, being. So all of those can be true.
But when I'm with you, I feel like I can be the true me. So maybe this is who I really am.
No. I suddenly realized that Arimura hadn't been overly energetic today, or cold, like she was when we first met. If this was who she really was, then maybe I could feel relaxed when I was around her too. It was a different kind of peace than what I felt when I was with Serika and Kurisu. Maybe it was just a kind of sympathy, because we were both psychics. But part of me thought that wasn't so bad.
Alright, that's all for today. Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
I had fun too. Hanimira and I had both seemed to forget that the whole point of this was just to get me a new smartphone. Nah, that was an excuse for the date. Be real.
Okay, see you around.
Yeah, see you. Hanimira gave me a smile, then disappeared into the Shibuya streets. She didn't say her usual goodbye, but that was probably because this was who she really was. Sorry, I'm distracted because I want to read the... Oops. I want to read the not Spalding on the basketball, but I can't comprehend it. Whatever. I could still feel... I could still feel her warmth in my hand when I closed my fist. Hanimira and hinae said her goodbye, and walked for a while before turning back. She could still Miyashiro Takuru standing in the crowd. She just told Takuru was how she really felt. Until now, whenever she'd been talking to a friend, or to a boy, she'd always pretended to be someone she wasn't. It was the same with her uncle's family, who she was staying with. Her uncle and his wife were basically good people, but she knew that at times they felt sick of her. She knew all too well that other people's feelings could be like a knife in your heart. And when they were good people, that only made it worse when she found out that they hadn't really meant what they said. Hinae had been dealing with that for years. But now, for some reason, when she was with Takuru, she felt better. And of course, she hadn't felt that way when she met him at first. She hadn't liked him at all, in fact. Oh boy, a bird raid. Crazy. Oh, I still have the stream together up. Oops, I'll go close that. Oh, I didn't know and point that out. But anyways, yes, Relix raid. How was Bird? How was I know what you were doing. I'm just blanking on the rift of the Necrodancer. There we go. See, I remembered it before I hit send. Trust. Anyways, I hope you have fun with your game. I'm good at words. I'm so good at words. Anyways, if anyone has come with already know me, my name is Sakusaki or just Q's acceptable. I consider myself a variety streamer, though the variety doesn't really show itself unless I'm doing special events, which this is not. This is a regularly scheduled content of Chaos Child, working on our first not common route ending. We were supposed to have finished this particular ending last week, but I was EP and I fucked up. I wasted like a solid hour or so on not the route we were trying to get. Thumbs up. I'm glad you're having fun with Rift of the Necrodancer. If you need to like go do your post-stream care stuff though, preen your feathers and whatnot, go ahead and take care of yourself. How goes Chaos Bearing Child? I'm gonna unmod you. Just kidding. Damn. Why are you like this? Anyways, it's good though. It's been a wholesome time. The character route we're on just went on a date with MC. It's cute. Can't wait to do the bad ending for this route though immediately after. Even though I had intended to do that one first, but like I said, I fucked up, so shrugs. You go take care of yourself though, Relix. And if anyone has come with Relix and isn't familiar with Chaos Child, we are like fairly late. I mean, in terms of total endings, we're not that late. We could argue that we're pretty early in still, but we had finished the first common route, which is the main bulk of stuff. So if you want to avoid spoilers, this might not be the place for that, but you can also check out my YouTube video if you don't feel like playing the game yourself for any reason or whatever, but you're still interested. It's also part of the Science Adventure series. Each game in the Science Adventure series can be standalone, but in my opinion, it is better consumed together. So yeah, thumbs up. There's a lot of games to play though, so... yeah. Back to this. He was a coward and a smart aleck. And that first impression was probably spot on about him, yeah. But even so, she could feel something delicate within him that went beyond all of that. She might have seen a piece of herself in him. Cute. The way he panicked or tried to force himself to pretend that he was calm. She found herself laughing when she remembered that, and she laughed when she saw herself laughing. To Aramita, these are all new experiences. She should have been exhausted from all the walking she'd done today, but surprisingly, her steps were light and quick. And that was why. She was sure that someone else had done it. Yeah, I guess, yeah, no, of course, we couldn't just keep with the whole subnote until the very end of this ending. Nope. Duh. Just as she went to go down the stairs, she felt a small impact on her back. 2 hands. By the time she realized she was in danger, she already missed a step. And the world spun. She could see the sky. And there's a dull pain in her arms and legs. And she could hear someone running away. It took a while for her to realize that someone had pushed her. It wasn't a simple prank either. Someone had just tried to kill her. 2008. Hinae, what's wrong? You're not going to eat? Oh my, I made all your favorites today too. What's wrong, Kino? You're not feeling well?
No, I'm fine. Let's see.
I know. You have a boy you like. Huh? What? Is that true? You know, when that happens, you always have trouble eating, right? Hinae, tell me about him. Is he a good boy? What's his family like? What is his dad do? Oh, come on, honey. You act like they're planning on getting married. It's not like that. You're right. I'm sorry. Your dad forgot himself for a moment there. Oh, honey. But I do hope that someday Hina-chan meets a nice man, just like I met you. Crazy hearing that, knowing already that they cheat on each other. Yeah, you're right. Her mother and father were smiling gently, like always. The cozy atmosphere hadn't changed at all. But Hinae knew now that it was all a lie. And it was only by chance she'd found out. On her way back from a school trip, the bus had been stopped at a light. She looked out the window and seen someone who looked like her mom. At first, she thought she must be mistaken. She had to be wrong, because the woman that looked like her mom was walking down the street arm in arm with a young man. She looked again and again to make sure that she was wrong. But the more she looked, the more certain she became that she was right. I can read. You know the lie detection power didn't show up until after the earthquake, right? Hinae wasn't young enough anymore to not know what that meant. She wasn't sure if she could tell her dad, or she should tell her dad, rather. If mom was lying to dad, if dad was smiling while she lied to him, then that was just horrible for him. And that was what Hinae thought to herself, but she was wrong. Her father was cheating on her mother too. Big bro, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hina, what's up? Hinae was still too young to keep her parents' problems to herself. The only person she could rely on was her big bro, Shingo. Her big brother, rather. She told her brother everything. About mom, about dad. And of course, he'd be shocked. At least that's what she thought. So she was totally surprised by his next words. Let me see. So you found out too. Wow, they're bad at hiding it then. Huh? Her brother knew. Her brother was the one who taught her not to lie, but he'd been lying to her too. And it felt like a terrible betrayal to her. Everyone was lying. Everything around her was built on a lie. Hinae wanted the truth. But what exactly was the truth? She was too young to know. But there's one thing she did know. Her brother had been hurt too. He'd been suffering alone, keeping a secret that he couldn't share with anyone. From that day on, the only truth she had was her bond with her brother. They were siblings, sharing the same pain. And that bond was what kept her going. Hinae became even more dependent on her brother. And her brother responded by coming to love her even more. When Hinae was just a year or two from graduating elementary school, her brother said to her, "Once I graduate, I'm leaving this house. You should come with me." From that day on, those words were what kept Hinae going. Her bond with her brother, and her hopes of escaping her parents' lies. And that became her new future, and her truth. But 6 years ago, on that day, that dream was destroyed. There was a dazzling light, and a great shaking, and she found herself buried in the rubble. By the time the week was over, the return of the new gen madness had been forgotten, and everyone was talking about some counterfeit food labeling that had happened last week. The criminals had taken advantage of the computer problems caused by the crash of 15, which made it a hot topic. Of course, our channel was still talking about it, but it started to die down. In fact, since the media hadn't reported anything about her, the message board had a new set of theories about Haidoriko, and that was mostly what they were talking about now. Time passed whether we wanted it to or not, and we students still had to go to school. Hey, Miyashiro! Yo. Oh, it's just you, Hito. What do you mean it's just me? What are you doing anyway? What am I doing? I always come this way on the way to school. There's nothing unusual about it at all. Saying that sentence, though, is odd. Really? You've been looking around for a while, though. I figured you might be watching for someone. I hadn't even been thinking about Ito, so I didn't notice him until he'd spoken to me. If I had seen him, I would have gone right into the school building. So, who are you waiting for? Well, I was waiting for you. Uh-huh, totes, buddy. For me, has there been some new development in the case? No, not really. Then what? It's Arimura. Huh? The person I was looking for. I turned around and saw Arimura right behind me. Oh. Hey, Arimura. Huh? Oh, Ito-senpai. Arimura, ciao. Hello, Miyashiro-senpai. I raised my hand like an idiot. The morning autumn wind felt cold against it. Huh? I forced myself to match her greeting. Why is she being so cold? What happened to your hand? I looked at her hand and saw there was a bandage wrapped around it just under her sleeve. Well, I tripped on the stairs. I looked closer and saw that she was concealing some purple bruises with foundation. Anyway, I'll be going. Aramita seemed a little out of it as she said goodbye and headed into the school building. And that's her problem. She's always so rude. I'm going to smack you, Ito. So, what do you want to talk about? Huh? You're waiting for me because you want to talk about something, right? Why the hell would I stand here and wait for you? Huh? What are you talking about? Come on, we better hurry or the bell's going to ring. What the hell is going on here? Ida can be so smart yet so stupid. And that's the question that I wanted to ask. She'd been smiling when I said goodbye yesterday, and now she was acting like this. In my head, I thought it would have gone like this. Oh boy. Arimita's late. What? What's going on? Who is it? In this voice. It's Arimita, isn't it? Aw, how come you guessed right? That's so boring. I mean, I can tell, obviously. You can, huh? Oh, right. Senpai. Ciao. Ciao. I want to live whatever world Takaru's living in with his silly delusions like that. And that's how it was supposed to go. Uh-huh. Nothing negative was supposed to happen. And instead she acted like that. I don't get girls. I noticed her hand's bandaged. I noticed that she covered up some bruising with foundation. She fell down some stairs. Weird, she's acting standoffish. Maybe I just don't get girls. Yup, this is totally a female problem only. Because only females can fall down stairs. I don't know. Hi, Kurusu. I almost leapt up when I heard a sudden yell. What's wrong, Takaru? Oh, it's just you, Kurusu. Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who got scared. What were you just talking about? Oh, you know, girls and how they're not easy to understand. You get it, right? I don't know. I must have been talking to myself. It was nothing. Oh, there you are, Taku. I felt a bad premonition. Seriko's timing was a little too perfect. No, right, I'd better be going. Hey, did you really go on a date with Hina-chan yesterday? A date? Hina-chan? Is she talking about Arimita-san? Takaru, you went on a date with Arimita-san? Crap, now I have a real problem. Wait, now that I think about it. How did you know on the way? I don't know. I can't shake this feeling that Terika just seems like the type of person that would push someone down some fucking stairs. I don't know. Could just be me, though. Because I saw it. Stair pusher. You saw it? You saw us together? Yeah. Wait, Takaru. That means you really went on a date with Arimita-san, doesn't it? I mean, he never said he didn't, but... It wasn't a date. We just went downtown together, got some food, held hands. And that's exactly what they call a date, don't you think? This is so awkward. Even if we're not related by blood, who knew that having your family find out about your dating life would feel so awkward? So, how'd it go? Oh, what did he wear? Where did he go? What did he do? Did it go well? Well, calm down, Non-chan. But it's Takeru going on a date as his big sister. I'm concerned. And for one thing, it's much harder than following all those gloomy news stories all the time. Don't you think so, Serika? And that's what Taku wants. Narrows eyes at Serika. What the hell is going on here? I know the girls like to talk about romance, but I didn't think they'd like to talk about it this much. So, Takeru, how'd it go? How'd it go? We just hung out for a while. That's not good. You can't just hang out. It's rude to Arimura-san. Neither Serika nor I were sure how to handle Kurisu's excitement. I mean, I get it. Oh my god, my lame-ass little bro went on a fucking date? Damn! And then, she suddenly spun around. Oh right, I have to get going. Kurisu, where are you going? I have to go see Arimura-san and properly introduce myself as her boyfriend's sister. Wait, it's way too early for that. Plus they already knew each other. That's right, Non-chan. You need to set a date for that stuff. That's not right either. Anyway, we just went to buy a phone and then walked around for a bit. Really? Really? So, please, don't get any weird ideas. We also totally not hold hands, nope. I see. Why does she look so disappointed? Wait, Non-chan, why are you so desperate? Look at Takeru. He needs to touch some fucking grass. And maybe your female hand every now and then. Because if Takeru has something fun to do, he might stop chasing that weird case. So that's it. Of course, that's not all. I have a better reason too. A better reason? It's because, you know, Arimura-san is kind of in a similar position to us. In a similar position? What do you mean? You didn't know? Her parents are alive, but her apartment collapsed during the earthquake, and her brother, the one that was friends with Kakita? Now her parents both live a little bit outside of Tokyo. She lives with some relatives nearby and goes to school from their home. But I heard from a girl who went to the same elementary school as her that she really loved her brother. And after he died, she got really depressed. I had no idea that Arimura had a past like that. It's not that I'm trying to pity her. I just want her to hang in there too. She suddenly grabbed me by the hands and looked straight into my eyes. If there's something you want, Bai-san, come to me, okay? Got it? Yeah. Her demeanor was so overwhelming that I almost took a step back. I don't get any ideas about going after the case again. Got it? Fine. When I nodded, she smiled, satisfied, and finally left to go to class. Well, Non-chan really scared me. It's your fault for bringing that up in the first place. Huh? Is it? It is. But Taku, are you sure there's nothing going on between you and Hina-chan? No, there isn't. Taku? At least not from the way she was acting this morning. Yeah, because maybe someone who's totally not present pushed her down the fucking stairs. Yeah, that's right. And stupid to get so excited just because I hung out with a girl once. Maybe, crazy idea, talk to her properly. We just went shopping together. Totally didn't hold hands, and that meant nothing, yep. If I get excited and start obsessing over dating or girlfriends, I'll be no different than half the idiots in the school. Then don't obsess over it. I'm not like those wrong-siders who spend every minute of the day thinking of girls. I spent most of my days gathering information. I felt bad for Kurisu. I was starting to get a little bored with this situation anyway. Everybody seemed to think that the arrest of Haida meant that the case was winding down, but I couldn't be sure that it was over. If Haida was responsible for all the murders, then why did she have to kill all those people? Was it just because they were psychics? Or was she working for some organization? And how had she killed them? Why didn't she use her pyrokinesis? There were still tons of questions. I didn't have time to obsess over every little thing some girl did. Which meant that I had work to do. I had to go over the case again. If I was the head of a journalism club, I needed to act like a journalist. Right. I opened the door to the club room, ready to get started.
Ciao, senpai.
Arimura, what are you doing here?
I was waiting for you, of course. I figured I would find you if I came here.
You came to see me?
Yes.
I see. Ellipsis, exclamation mark. No. I just told myself that I didn't have any time to waste on girls.
I'm sorry about this morning. I was thinking about something, and I got distracted. That was pretty rude, wasn't I?
No, not really. Wait, there's no point in lying to Arimura. Yeah.
You're right, but I had a good reason.
The painkillers didn't kick in for all the pain you're in after being pushed down a set of stairs. Probably. Reason?
Well, I said I got hurt, remember?
Arimura rubbed the skin just above her knees and winced a little. I could still see a bandage under her sleeve. It didn't look that bad, but maybe she was worse off than she looked. And you said you tripped on a staircase. You're okay, right?
Yes, I wasn't hurt that badly, but it felt like someone pushed me.
Pushed you? You mean pushed you down the stairs? Who?
Oh, well, it just kind of felt that way, so I can't be sure. But it kept bothering me, so I was really distracted this morning. I'm sorry.
So, what about after you were pushed? You weren't attacked or anything?
That's right. I just fell down the stairs, and when I looked up, no one was there.
I see. If someone really did push her, then who could have done it? Could it have something to do with the case? I mean... Well, if it was, that would be pretty sloppy on the culprit's part. At least compared to the other cases. Well, the other ones aren't staircases. Huh. Was it just a coincidence then? No. Or maybe Arimura's just mistaken. No.
Anyway, I'm heading off.
Arimura picked up her bag and started to walk to the door. Huh? You're leaving?
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for this morning.
Right.
If you want, I can stay a little longer. Maybe.
Huh?
Or should I just go?
No, you can stay, but...
Really? I'm glad.
Time for another delusion. Let's go. It started to feel awkward. But it wasn't a bad awkward. It wasn't that bad at all. It was kind of nice. Oh, right, your injury. Huh? You said it wasn't anything bad. Was that true?
Oh, alright. I'm fine. See?
Anybody lifted up her skirt to show me. I saw. Pantsu.
I've actually been planning to tell you this for a while. I'm actually a boy.
You're right, we do need to split take emote. But I only have animated slots left. And that'd be a bitch to animate. Unless you can find like an existing emote for reference. Wait, what's going on? Well, Pyra, so the way you like navigate the game, like the actual like things you can do in game is have like delusions. You can have positive delusions or negative delusions. This is a positive delusion, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. None of what's happening right now on screen is real. It is just our main boyo being delusional, because he's just like that. Yeah. I mean, the negative ones get pretty, yeah. Yeah. It's another Science Adventure is actually transphobic episode, maybe. Can't tell yet. Yeah, it depends on how Tokaru handles the idea of Arimura being actually a boy. We'll see. I was stunned. I didn't expect to see a bulge under, or see a bulge beneath Arimura's skirt.
But in my heart, I'm a girl. Believe me.
Well, I guess after what I've seen, I have to believe.
You're just the person I thought you were, Miyashita-senpai. You're so nice.
Am I?
Yes. Miyashiro-senpai?
Arimura looked straight into my eyes. She was a girl, no matter how you looked at her. Good. But her body... But what?
If you're okay with who I am, make me your lover.
I looked closely and saw that her shoulders were shaking. It had probably taken all of her courage to say that. Uh-huh. And I said...
Senpai?
Sounds great to me. You're perfect. You're the ideal lover I've always wanted, Arimura. Good thing Serika's into the room. That's all I got here.
Really?
Really?
I'm so happy.
He's actively aware of the fact that Arimura can tell whether or not he's lying. So it would be pointless for him to lie even in his own delusion. So like... Buddy's going through some self-discovery, I think. Arimita leapt forward and grabbed me. Her body was a little more muscly than I'd expected, but it felt great. And... Arimita. That felt a little too excited, you're right.
Hi.
Yes? It's poking me. I'm doing that on purpose. You know what's funny? Is that like the first delusion we had with like just him and hinae in the same room was her having him read out like yaoi blatantly. So anyways. No. What the hell am I thinking? I'm not into that. I don't know, man. You thought it. You seemed pretty into it. When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight, no you weren't, at Arimita's healthy thighs. Come on, senpai. Don't stare. I knew that I should probably look away, but my instincts overcame my reason. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what a chaser is. I could probably guess based off of the context, but if either of you two would like to define it for me, that would be cool. Suddenly, the door opened without warning. Huh? Oh. Chaser is someone that's into trans people as a kink/fetish. Gotcha. This person is looking specifically to be with a trans person. Gotcha. Kazuki thinks she walked into something, but she didn't really. Everything froze for a moment. And she walked out. Yeah, she definitely thought she walked into something. Kazuki appeared for just a moment before she vanished. I mean... Oh, a moment later, I heard a furious pounding on the walls. It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like, Kazuki. That's right, Hana. It's not. It's not what it looks like. Have a good lurk, Pyro. You just looked over your other monitor and saw text. Yeah, that's valid. It was now October 22nd. 4 days had passed since someone had pushed Arimita down the stairs. Nothing else had changed for her since then. How were things between us? So you didn't ask? Well, maybe not too bad. Probably. And tomorrow's the 23rd. The day of the numbskull incident 6 years ago. I'd spent the whole day online looking for new information. I found something interesting. It was the news that the burnt, headless body of a man had been found. You're really going? If you don't want to come, you don't have to. Animita's expression was clouded, but she shook her head. After school that day, we'd gone to visit none other than Kunosato-san. I wasn't very happy about the idea, but it was the best way to find out about the news I'd seen this morning. And of course, Shinjo-san probably knew more about the case. But he worked for the police. Even though we'd been attacked by Haido before, he probably wouldn't be willing to give us the latest information. But Kunosato-san had built up a relationship of trust with the police. And it looked to me that between the two, she had the upper hand in her relationship with Shinjo-san. Which meant that she might know something. Okay, here we go. But are you sure about this? I asked Arimita one last time before we went inside. I mean,
This is a girl's apartment, right? You really planning on going in alone? Sure, she'd probably be more likely to listen to me if there was another girl with me, but... I really didn't like her either, and honestly, I didn't want to rely on her help. But I had no choice if I wanted that information. And besides, I wasn't really relying on her help, I was just using her. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? I mean, no, never mind. Hey, you don't even know where her room is, do you? Animata stormed ahead of me, angrily. I followed after her into the apartment building. Who's there? It's me, Miyashiro Takuru. Come in. Kunosato-san listened much easier than I thought she would. Honestly, same. I've been worried she'd turn us away at the door, but I guess I'd been wrong. Don't mind the mess. Her room was still in terrible shape. I could see the Shibuya news screen on her PC. She looked like she was editing something. So you hear about the burnt body, right? Hey, we gotta see her in her day clothes. Kunosato-san spoke before we even had a chance. How could he tell? You're predictable, buddy. Come on. Two gigalomaniacs have kindly come all this way to my tiny little apartment. I can't think of any other reason why you'd bother. Yeah. She's always so sarcastic. As you suspected, we thought you might have some information on the body that was found last night. Yeah. There's no point in pissing her off if it meant we didn't get the information we needed. I quickly moved between them. And this wasn't really something I was good at, but I didn't have a choice. How much do you know? Just what's on the internet. The location was a multi-purpose building in Hatsudai, Shibuya Ward. The victim was a man between his mid-30s and late 50s. He'd been burnt so badly his body had turned to ash, and the police had no idea who he was. They were working to ID him. Not much had been announced this morning. I looked back over it just in case before I came here, and nothing new had come out. And that's everything we know. There's nothing else. Does that mean they've issued a gag order over it? No. The police don't seem to know anything else themselves. The systems are still unstable because of the solar storm last month. When the victim's not from Shibuya, it's hard to get an ID. It's an example of what happens when you rely too much on computer systems. Since Animata hadn't spoken up, what Kunosato-san had said was probably true. So, what's your take on this, Kunosato-san? Are you asking about whether I think it's related to the return of the new Gen Madness? Yeah, I suppose I am. I have no duty to answer that question. Figures. I had a feeling she would say that, so I didn't feel surprised or disappointed. But surprisingly, she asked me something instead. And what are your thoughts? My thoughts? You've been following the case closely, so you must have some opinion. Let me hear it. I hated to tell her just because she asked me, but there's no point in arguing. I decided to just tell her what I thought. There's several differences between this case and others. First, the location. All the other incidents had taken place in Shibuya proper.
Hatsudai was a part of the Shibuya ward, but most people considered it a part of Shinjuku. And it's also the age. All the previous victims had been in their teens or early 20s. By this time, the victim was middle-aged. He was closer to Dad's generation than ours. So you think it's unrelated? And I think it might be a safe assumption. And the fact that the body had been burnt to death made me think of Haida Riko. But Haida was in police custody right now. She couldn't be responsible. And today was the 22nd. It was one day too early for the numbskull case. If that's your answer, then there was no point in coming to ask me, was there? Well, there have been no confirmed cases of giggling-maniac over the age of 30, which means that if nothing else, the victim wasn't one. In other words, it's either a coincidence or a copycat. Either way, it has nothing to do with the other cases. It's relief to hear that it doesn't. You're lying. Huh? Senpai, you wish the case had gone on for a while longer, don't you? No. I hadn't realized it, but if Arimita said so, then maybe I did. And maybe I wanted something to happen to break the boredom. I still don't feel safe because... I mean, you were pushed down a set of stairs, so... Arimita squirmed uneasily. It made sense. Just the other day, someone might have pushed her down the stairs. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. No. I may just be a little too sensitive. I'll walk you home. Thank you. Arimita held my hand the whole way back. Her hand felt tiny and very frail. October 23rd was finally upon us. It was the same day as the numbskull incident 6 years earlier. But nothing interesting happened to Shibuya that day. November 6th, 2009, Friday. Arimina Hinae was in downtown Shibuya when it happened. Her brother's birthday was coming up in a week. And what should she get him for a present? With those thoughts running through her head, Hinae had taken the allowance she'd saved up over the last several months and went into the city alone. Every year, she and her brother would both celebrate each other's birthdays, just the two of them. Hinae would give her brother a present, and he'd say thank you and give her something back, even though it wasn't her birthday. It always made her so happy. That's really cute. And then, what should she get him this year? She wanted to get him something he would keep forever. Something he could wear would be best. Clothes were outside her budget, and gloves or a muffler would only be useful in winter. And what about a wallet? Just when she decided to go into a slightly grown-up department store, the huge earthquake struck Shibuya. It was the disaster they called the Shibuya earthquake. Hinae didn't really remember the moment it happened. 1 second, there was a bright light that flooded her field of vision. The next second, everything had changed. And the walls of the buildings had collapsed. The asphalt had split open. And here and there she could hear people moaning in pain. It was something out of a dream, or a nightmare. She didn't know what had happened. She quickly dialed her brother, but not only did he not pick up, she couldn't hear it ring, rather. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to head for home. Only when she stood up did she realize that she'd been hurt all over. Her knees were cut open, she hit her back, she scraped her cheeks against the ground. And all of Shibuya was in a panic. The buildings looked like they could fall down at any moment. The car had smashed into a store and was giving off black smoke. Everyone in Shibuya was running to the station in search of a way out. It was hard for tiny little Hina to go against the crowd, and she was almost pushed down many times as she headed for home. She didn't honestly remember how long it took her to get back to the condo where she lived. She just remembered that she felt so tired. But when she saw her condo building, all that exhaustion vanished. The building hadn't collapsed, but it was tilting and looked like it could fall over at any moment. The people who'd escaped from inside were standing a good ways away and looking up at it. Some people tried to go inside to get their valuables, others tried to stop them. She saw her parents there.
Dad, Mom.
Hina-chan. Hinae, you're safe. Maybe they happened to come home early, or maybe they raced over here after the earthquake. Either way, they were injured, but alright. But there was someone missing.
Hey, where's Big Bro?
She looked around, but didn't see him anywhere.
Where is he? Is he still at school? Or with a friend?
Her parents didn't answer. But she could tell where her brother was from where her mom was looking.
No way.
The condo building was tilting to fall over at any time. Who knew what was going on inside? Her father slowly shook his head.
Your brother is already... No. You're lying. You're lying.
Hinae. Hinae! No! Hinae! She dodged past her father's outstretched hands and ran into the building. Obviously, the elevator didn't work. She ran up the stairs, which were only barely still functional, and headed for her condo. All the exhaustion she just felt was totally gone. Adrenaline, let's go! All she was thinking about was her brother. All she wished for was that her brother would be safe. Their condo was a disaster. And there was no sign left of the life they'd lived. But that didn't matter to her.
Big Bro! Big Bro, where are you?
She screamed. Again and again. She heard a small moan from under the rubble. She ran over and saw her brother.
Big Bro!
He was alive. Hina, I'm so glad you're safe. Her brother was still alive.
What are you doing, Big Bro? We have to get out of here.
She then quickly swallowed her words. Her brother's body was buried half under rubble, and he couldn't move.
Just wait, I'll move it.
She tried to lift it off, but she was far too weak to even budge it. It's impossible, Hina. Just get out of here. This place is going to...
What are you talking about? I can't do that.
She tried so hard to move the rubble that her nails broke and blood began to drip from her fingers. But she still kept trying.
You're all I have. You're my only brother.
Her mother and father had already betrayed her. And the one bond she had left, the one truth she had left, was her brother. And it was the only thing that kept her going. However, I'm sorry, Hina, but you're wrong. She didn't know why her brother was suddenly apologizing. We're not exactly brother and sister. You and I aren't full siblings. But... Why mention it as your dying breath? It was a sudden confession. What was he talking about? And they weren't full siblings? What did he mean? He kept talking, even though Hinae didn't understand what he was saying. Hina, You aren't mom and dad's daughter. Your father is another man.
You're lying.
Suddenly, the whole world went black. And I always thought that I shouldn't tell you, that I should hide it until you grew up, but I'm so...
Big bro.
I'm sorry, Hina, for never telling you. You know what would have been a good time for telling her? When she went to him about finding out that both sets of parents were cheating. That's all. And it was a shock. She wasn't her mom and dad's daughter. Her brother wasn't her real brother. But the biggest shock to hinae was that her brother had been lying to her. After all the times he told her not to lie. He said he wouldn't lie to her anymore, but he'd been concealing something so important from her all along. Yippee, lying by omission. She couldn't believe it.
No. No more.
It was a cry from her heart.
Somebody tell me. Please. Somebody tell me the truth.
And then, she saw something in the corner of her eye. It was twisted and beautiful. It was like some kind of enchanting creature. But cold, like something inorganic. It looked like something similar to a sword. I'm sorry, Hina, but it's the truth. Suddenly, she knew that he really was telling the truth. It wasn't just intuition. She knew. Somehow, she knew. For some reason, she knew that his words were true. And she stood there in shock. She was suddenly knocked backward and almost fell to her feet. It's too dangerous. Go, Hina!
Big bro.
Please, you have to survive. And there was truth in his cry. She staggered back, just as the roof in front of her fell in. And the dust rose up so thick that she couldn't see her brother anymore.
Big bro.
Run! Run, Hina! And those were the last words she'd ever heard him say. That's rough. I'm gonna take this as a moment to get new beverage. Maybe y'all can get up and stretch a bit too, because it's been like 2.5-ish hours, almost 40. Yeah. Bloop. Hello, we are back. Yippee. And if you're on Twitch, the ad break is already over, so what better time to be back, right? I wonder how much longer is left of this route. I do still think that regardless, I'll still get like the bad end for this route as well, but anyways, today, I forgot to specify that. Anyways, October 26th, 2015, Monday. Monday. Hey, did you hear? I did. It's a girl from Class D, right? I was in her class in my first year, and the whole school was talking about a new incident that had taken place. I am concerned. And as you all know, there's been a new incident. I am big concern. And the victim was a second-year student at Hilo Academy. And it was the girl from our school. I am the big concern. And because of that, we had an emergency assembly this morning. And the school staff was busy dealing with the second big incident after the Watabe case, and most classes were study halls. They should have just made it a half day, but since the media were outside, they kept us until the full day was over. It was only after school that we were able to have our meeting. Here's what we knew about the case. According to the police announcement, the murder took place sometime after 11 p.m. last night. Shibuya was always pretty busy, even at that hour, but the area where the murder took place was isolated, and at times could be almost empty. The cause of death was blood loss. The victim had been stabbed multiple times with a sharp blade, and the area around her was said to be a sea of blood. What's your take on this? Like always, Ida was the first to answer. You mean, do we think it's part of the return of new gen murders? No, and any other thoughts you have? If you're asking whether it's related, it clearly isn't.
Why do you think so?
Because it's the wrong day for one thing. And the method is too ordinary. It's not bizarre at all. Kozuki was actually involved in the conversation for once. She nodded in agreement, but Kurisu shook her head.
What are you talking about? Stabbing someone multiple times with a knife is plenty bizarre.
That's true. But I mean more, like, what were they going for with it? Like the whole atmosphere of the thing? Basically, there's nothing that weird about it. Yeah, like it's still cruel, but it's not, like, bizarre. At least compared to any of the other cases.
True. It's a lot different than eating your own hand, or cutting open your stomach and putting a speaker inside.
Yeah. Right? So I don't think it has anything to do with it. Evidently, everyone agreed with Ito's opinion. Miyashiro, what do you think? I feel the same way you do. Unfortunately. And it's probably not related to the other murders.
Hey, Takeru, what do you mean, unfortunately?
I was thinking that too. Crap, I accidentally said what I was thinking.
Listen to me. Someone tried to kill you. It might have ended up just like the victims whose deaths you're enjoying oh so much. You understand that?
I do. Here we go again.
And what's more, the victim this time was a student at our school. A fellow student is dead. This isn't the time to try and entertain yourself.
You don't have to keep telling me this, I get it. Why is Kurisu here at the newspaper club when a student from our school is dead anyway? Who is the student? Our job right now is to write an article telling all the students at the school to be careful. That's what the teachers asked the newspaper club to do. And that's why we're having this meeting. Don't forget that. I know that. And Student Council President Kurisu-san, please come to the Student Council room immediately. I repeat, Student Council President Kurisu-san. See, they're calling you. Alright, I'll be back later. Don't forget what I said, though. Kurisu nagged me one more time before she ran out of the room. It was nice of Non-chan to come by when she was so busy, huh? It just shows how little she trusts you. Wait, or maybe it shows how much she trusts you? Which is it? Why not both? It doesn't matter. Let's get back on topic. Thanks to Kurisu's interruptions, I forgot how much we've already covered. Right. The victim was the second year student here, Arimura. Did either of you know her? Okay, Arimura is in fact alive. God damn. The suspense. Like, I figured she was fine. I figured everything would be a lot more different if she was the victim. But god damn, I don't trust this game for shit. I talked to her a few times in first year. She didn't come to school a lot. I didn't really know her. The kids in class said that she'd skip school to go mess around a lot. Since the murder had taken place past 11 p.m., it wasn't hard to imagine. But it's kind of scary. The place where it happened is near the route I used to go home from school. It is? Yeah. Remember where I got pushed down the stairs? It's near there, so it's kind of creepy, you know? Somebody had tried to push Arimura down the stairs. What do you... No. Someone did push Arimura down the stairs. Given that it was near the scene of the murder, maybe it was just some sicko trying to kill little girls. Looks at Serika. No, it's got nothing to do with the others. I hate to say this, but it might have been some girl out late who got stabbed by some pervert. Or maybe she got into a fight with a lover. Huh? There's no way. She was in high school, right? If she had a lover's quarrel, that means that a boy and a girl... right? How naive are you? High school students can have lovers' quarrels. Yeah, I feel like they frequently do because they're high schoolers. Can they? Do they? Do they quarrel? Tell me, Taku. Well, they're not kids anymore, so maybe they do. I see. Do you have quarrels, Hana-chan? She frantically denied it. Yeah, like that was ever gonna happen to Kazuki. Anyway, we're getting off track. Still, it's not pleasant hearing that someone from your school got murdered. A student from my school. In that sense, the victim was the one who had been closest to us. Just what could that mean? It's getting late. Yeah. Come to think of it, it's almost November. Is the Restoration Festival next week? Yeah. Even if this case and the last one had nothing to do with the other murders, I was starting to think that maybe that didn't mean that the Return to New Gen was over. At first, I believed that Haida Riko was responsible for all of them. Rather, I'd only been convinced of that because the terror I'd felt after being attacked. But after I'd calmed down, it felt like there were things I couldn't explain if she was doing this on her own. And there's that underground lab too. If an organization big enough to make something like that lab was involved, I doubt Rico might just have been the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, the police hadn't gotten any useful information out of her, so there was no way of knowing if she was connected to something bigger or not. Even if she was responsible, we didn't know why she committed her murders on the same days as the New Gen Madness. Was it some kind of message? Was it to make it more sensational? Either way, if there was something bigger behind her, we'd already been a target once. Maybe we couldn't relax just yet. Come on. Suddenly, somebody grabbed both my cheeks, bringing me back to my senses.
I've been talking to you for a while now, and you haven't been listening.
Oh, sorry. What were we talking about?
You were talking about going to the festival together.
Oh, right. I see. Sure.
Jeez, it's a promise, okay?
She let go of my cheeks and then gently rubbed them. I felt kind of embarrassed.
Anyway, my house is that way.
Oh, do you want me to walk you home? And there was that murder yesterday after all. And there's also that thing with the stairs before that. And of course, I was a little scared too, but as a man, it was time to show off.
No, it's fine. I'll just stick to the busy roads.
But... Suddenly, Arimira leaned up, and I felt something soft on my cheek. Aww, kissy. By the time I realized it was her lips, she had already pulled away.
Adios, gracias.
Oh. Before I could say something, she'd smiled, said her goodbye, and vanished into the crowd. I was suddenly overcome by the idea that she was going to vanish forever. I drove the unpleasant thought from my head and headed for home, feeling just a little excited. I could still feel a soft warmth on my cheek. Cute. October 26th, 2015, Monday. And just like she promised Takeru, Arimira Hinae stuck to the busy roads on her way back. She remembered Takeru's face when they'd said goodbye. He was probably scared himself, but he was holding it in and pretending to be brave. Anybody could see that he was just putting on an act. He was easy to figure out. And that made Hinae feel at peace. Everyone was hiding their true feelings, their truth, deep within their heart. And there was nothing true in this world at all. That's what she thought that day. I mean, fair. Never tell a lie. Her brother had been the one who taught her that, but even he didn't tell her what was really important. He didn't tell her the truth. So where was the truth? And that was the question she'd been grappling with for the last 6 years. Big bro. The friend she'd made just recently had asked if she wanted to see her brother. Hinae almost never talked about herself, but she'd been talking about her family. And then her friend had asked her. She didn't know why. But the question had surprised her, and she nodded yes. She didn't hate her brother for lying to her. And even if she did, he was gone. So true. Because on that day, she'd left him to die. So instead, she felt guilty toward him. If she ever had the chance to meet him again, she wished to apologize to him. And the crosswalk sign turned red, and he and I stopped walking. Even at night, Shibuya was crawling with people. With this many people around, she figured it wouldn't be easy for someone to attack her. As soon as the traffic light turned green, the car started to move. And then... someone pushed her hard, and she staggered out onto the street. The headlights were bearing down on her before she even had time to think. When she finally opened her eyes, the car bumper was just a few centimeters from her face. Hey, are you okay? What are you doing? That's dangerous. The people waiting for the light started to make a fuss. And the sound of a dozen car horns echoed from the sides of the buildings. But hinae didn't hear any of that. She was only looking at one thing. It was the place she'd been standing a moment ago. Just before she'd almost been hit, she looked up and saw him. Oh. Big bro. It was her dead brother, Shingo. Can't say I was expecting that one. I looked at the clock and it was past 3 a.m. Thank God, not actually for us. I started looking around to see if there was any new information on the case, and the next thing I knew it was really late. But I didn't end up finding anything new, and as I read, I ended up focusing on something else. It was an article about how a company called SafeWorks that was involved with the Restoration Festival had put up security cameras all over town, and was then subject to a lawsuit. The situation had gotten pretty complicated, and by the time I'd finished reading, it was already late. Time for bed, I guess. It was true that caffeine stopped you from getting... or, it wasn't true that caffeine stopped you from getting sleepy. I always drank caffeine before bed, yet I was always able to sleep easily. Who wants to tell him? But when I opened my fridge to get my late night Mountain View, I realized I had a big problem. Empty. I'd forgotten that I drank my last bottle the day before. Fine. I guess I'll just have to do without. Or so I thought, but... once you found out that you couldn't drink something you wanted to drink, it became an obsession. That's just human nature. Caffeine was addictive, and maybe I was undergoing withdrawal. But the convenience store I'd have to go to in order to get the Mountain View was a bit of a walk from here. Damn it. In the end, however, I couldn't defeat my own desires. I went out into the city late at night to get my Mountain View. Thank you very much. After I succeeded in purchasing several bottles of Mountain View, I took one and opened it as I stood outside on the sidewalk. My body felt like it had been purified. Just as I thought that now I'd be able to sleep, I suddenly remembered all the murders that had happened so far. I suddenly felt afraid of the situation I had foolishly put myself in. I was in Shibuya, in the middle of the night, in a place that was almost empty at this hour. Sudden fear gripped me and I started to run, only to trip on something. Evidently, I had to run into a trash can. What's that doing here? I don't remember there being a trash can here. I felt a dull pain where my body had hit the ground. I hadn't been holding the bottle tightly, so the cap on my Mountain View had fallen off and the bottle was leaking. No, not the Mountain View. Damn it. I sat up and stretched out my hand to grab the bottle, only to touch something else. What is this? I like that you wrote F, even though there's an F emote you could use. It was in a plastic bottle. Is it cheese? It was softer. Like clay. I slowly raised my head to look. What I saw made me gasp. It wasn't a trash can. It was a laundry basket with wheels. At first, I thought the thing that fell out from inside was a mannequin or something. It was strangely cold and a little black. But the soft feeling against my skin and the way its eyes were open told me that it was no mannequin. It was...
Huh?
A dead body. A body's been discovered. So in this case, point P. Hey, do you know what time? No, Miyashiro, sit down. Hey, Miyashiro. I know, again. Isn't that crazy? You know, that's just a coincidence. Quiet. I'm continuing with the lesson.
Taku, I heard.
Hey, tell me what happened yesterday. You guys don't have to be so cheerful about it, you know that? After I found the body in the alleyway this morning, I called the police. By the time they were done questioning me, it was almost lunchtime. I hadn't gotten even a wink of sleep thanks to that. But I was feeling so tense that it didn't matter. The whole school had heard about now how I'd found a body, and I could hear people talking about it as I passed by them. I could understand why. This is the third body I'd been the first person to discover. Yeah, that's pretty sus. I might have been the only person in the whole wide world to discover 3 bodies in just over a month. At this point, the police were less surprised than they were annoyed. Just so we're clear, I wasn't out looking for it. Kurisu had come to see me too, along with Ito and Serika. I made sure she understood the real story. I know that. But why does this keep happening to you? Yeah, weird. It's like he's the protagonist of some psychological horror visual novel. He's not that though, right? Really, it's like dead bodies just love you. Ito-kun, remember what I said? It's inappropriate to say things like that when someone has just died. Yeah, Seriko, why does it keep happening to him? No, sorry. But now you're famous, Taku. Didn't actually do anything. Welcome back, Peachy. You have come just in time for them to talk about the dead body Takuru discovered. That's right. And nothing good will come of becoming famous like this. No, that's true, but... So, who's the victim? And they don't know yet, supposedly. And the police had said there was nothing on the body that could help them ID it. Has anyone seen hinae today? Please. All they knew was that it was a man in his mid-40s. Okay, but still, has anyone seen hinae today? I see. Which means it's got nothing to do with the others? Maybe. This case was the one most similar to the return of the new gen madness. But given the victim's age and the date of the murder, it was hard to say if it was related. It was too early to say for sure, though. So, how was it? How was what? The body, man. Reported online. They were brutally stabbed a bunch of times. It was dark, so I couldn't say for sure. But when I touched it, the body felt like it had been dead for a while.
You touched it, Taku?
I just happened to when I tripped. Seriously? So, what did it feel like? A dead body. Wow. It was firmer and more elastic than I thought it would be. Come on, you two. Enough. I don't want to hear that. If you don't want to hear it, you can just go somewhere else, right? Please smack him, Kurisu. Well... Or maybe you actually do want to know? Of course not. I kept talking with Kurisu for a moment before someone came over from the door. Arimura. Oh, thank God. Girlfriend. Arimura looked really tired. What brings you here? Did you come to ask about the murder too? The murder? Oh, you don't know Hina-chan? Taku found another body. Huh? From the look of things, she really didn't know. Given how many friends she had, that was a little surprising. From the way the rest of the school had been talking about it, she should have at least heard something. Not if she was dissociated the whole time. Arimura-san, what's wrong? You seem kind of down. Well, you know my dead brother, apparently he's not dead and he tried to kill me. At least once. Well... Is it something you don't want to talk to us about? No, that's not it. Then what happened? Arimura still seemed like she didn't want to talk, but eventually she slowly began to speak. Actually, someone attacked me yesterday. Attacked you? Seriously? You mean they tried to kill you? Are you alright? Everyone started to ask questions. Was it after we said goodbye yesterday? That's right. It was right after, at the Scramble Crossing. In a place with that many people around? And the crosswalk sign turned red, and then I suddenly felt someone push me from behind. Pushed from behind. That was the same as what had happened before. Which meant that it wasn't her imagination. Someone had really pushed her. Were you hurt? I was almost run over, but it was alright. The only injury I got was a little scrape. Did he tell the police? Not yet. Why? Why didn't you tell them? Because... She fell silent, as if it was hard to say. Someone had pushed her out into the street and in a busy intersection. She was lucky to survive. She could have easily been killed. And since it had happened twice now, it was obviously an attempt on her life. But she hadn't gone to the police. Was there something she couldn't tell them about? Anyway, you should tell the police. I'll go with you if you want. Oh, no. Arimura-san? Oh, actually... Before she could say something, the door to the classroom opened. Hi, Chinjo. It was Detective Chinjo. The whole classroom started to murmur at the sight of a strange man. No, please calm down. I'm no one suspicious. Buddy, I know you have no tact, but goddamn. He looked around the classroom until he found us, and then walked straight over. So here you are. Is there something else? No, I'm not here for Miyashita-kun. I'm here for you. Can you come with us? Shinjo-san was looking in the direction of... me? Arimura. Yeah, shocking. You didn't need to come too, Miyashiro-kun. But girlfriend. Shinjo-san said, as soon as we entered the room. But that was what Arimura had wanted. She wanted me to be with her when she went with the police. You two... No, never mind. It doesn't matter now. Shinjo-san seemed like he wanted to say something when he saw the two of us, but now isn't the time. It's really not. No, whatever. You can stay. Since you were the first to find the body, you'll hear about it eventually. Blink. I'll make this quick. Arimura Hinae-san. I want you to come to the police station immediately. Is it to identify a body? To the police station? That's right. Why? I want you to calm down before I tell you this. I had a bad feeling about this, and don't we all? You're aware that a body was found this morning in a Shibuya back alley, correct? Yes. Miyashita-senpai said. That's right. The one he found. We identified the body. It can't be. The victim was Arimura Koichiro, your father. Fun. Turns out her dead brother is actually alive and tried to kill her, and now her father is dead. Shinjo-san took Arimura to the police station. She didn't come back. I waited for her to get in touch with me, but not only did I not get a call, I didn't even get a text message. And of course, her father was dead, and he'd been horribly murdered. I could understand why. Not to mention... I had no idea that the body was Arimura's father. And of course, I had no way of knowing. So even if I couldn't help it, I still felt ashamed of having been so excited. I'm sorry, Arimura. Forgive me. I didn't know. Arimura's dad was dead. I never met him, but he was the closest I'd been to any of the murder victims. And yesterday was the same day Arimura said she'd been attacked. What was going on? Was she the next target? If so, then who would... I remember what Arimura had said this afternoon as she left the room with Shinjo-san. Anyway, that's how it is. I'm sure it's not easy, but I need to ask you some questions. And I'd like you to ID the body for me too, if you can. Can you do that? Yes. Alright. I have a car stopped out front. Please come with me. There.
Huh? It was my brother who did it. My brother. I heard her say it clearly. Her brother was the killer. What does she mean? I'd heard that her brother died during the Shibuya earthquake. Or did she mean another brother? No. Or maybe he was actually alive the whole time? Yes. And the more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Eventually, I just fell into a restless sleep. I see you slept at all this time, buddy. 4 days had passed since Ademira's father was murdered. There had been no new developments in the case. All I learned was that he'd been killed somewhere else, and then his body had been dumped there. Shinjo-san wouldn't tell me any more than that, and neither would Kinosato-san. Ademira hadn't been back to school since then. I tried to contact her several times, but she never responded. Her father was dead. It was easy to assume that she must be depressed, but still, the words she'd said to me. It was my brother who did it. I couldn't get them out of my mind. What on earth was she talking about? For the last 4 days, I've been feeling kind of weird. Ademira had said she was attacked by someone at Scramble Crossing. And that was the same night I'd found her father's corpse. Several other things had happened too. Ademira had almost been pushed down the stairs, and the second-year student Hekiho had been killed. The student's name was Ishida Moe. She hadn't come to school often, was something of a problem child. From the photo I'd seen, she was a young girl with huge twin tails. I see. But had she been killed? I don't know, he can connect the dots. And what did it have to do with the return of the New Gen Madness? Nothing, as far as I'm aware. And there's also that headless body that had been burned to death. Yeah, I got nothing for that one. I still didn't know who it belonged to. I didn't know if it had anything to do with the other murders, but it still felt like something awful was creeping up on us. Yup. I looked at my phone. Still no word from Ademira. Maybe I'll call her again. I started to pull her number out from my call history. But then there was a loud knock at the door. But what's going on? It's almost 11 at night. Who would be coming here at this hour? Is it my turn next? No. Go away. Go away, go away, go away! Shit. There had to be some way for me to fight back. Right. My power. I have my power. Does Dude Bro have no way to, like, take a peek to see who's knocking at his door? It's no good. Damn it. She told me not to use it, and so I didn't. But if I knew this was going to happen, I would have practiced using it more. The knocking at the door grew even louder. Ease. And then I heard a voice. Please. Huh? That voice. Girlfriend. Ademira. I quickly went to the door and looked outside, and saw Ademira frantically pounding on the door with tears in her eyes. I quickly opened it and let her in. No, she looks mortified. That's great. Something was wrong with her. She clung to me as she shook violently. Aww. What's wrong, Ademira? He's chasing me. Chasing you? You mean you were attacked again? She nodded over and over. But then, who in the world? My brother.
Really was your brother.
確かに兄でした。
Was. I'm sure of it.
間違いありません。
After I had given her something to drink to calm her down, I heard what she had to say. She told me that she knew for a fact it was him. Her family's condo had been destroyed in the Shibuya earthquake, so now they lived in Kanagawa. Her father's autopsy had only been completed yesterday, and she'd gone back there. The funeral was today, and afterwards she'd come back to Shibuya with her aunt and uncle. And the police had asked her to come back down to the station one more time, where they'd question her about her father's relationships. On the way back home, she felt someone's gaze following her. And when she'd gotten near a construction site, some of the building materials had gotten loose and fallen down on top of her. She'd been watching her surroundings carefully after all that had happened, and just barely saw them in time to get out of the way. But when she looked up, she had seen him. It was her brother, Arimita Shingo.
だから
That's why. I'm sure he's the one who killed Dad too.
でも
But
お兄さんはその
he died,
亡くなってる
right?
んじゃないのか
In that earthquake?
あの地震で
That's what she told me.
でも
But he's
生きてたんで
alive.
す。
He's alive and trying to get
私に復讐しようと
revenge.
してるんです。
復讐
Revenge?
どう
Why
して
do
お
you
兄
want
さん
revenge
が
on
有村
you?
に復讐するんだよ
それは
Because
兄
it
は
was
私
my
のせい
fault
で
that he
命を落とし
died.
たから。
Arimita then told me that she had been outside during the earthquake. Her brother hadn't realized that she was gone, and he'd entered the condo building to save her, only to die when it collapsed. Oof. It was clear to see that Arimita blamed herself for that. Yup.
でもそれって
But
おかしいだろ
that doesn't make sense.
どうしてですか？
What do you mean?
だってじゃあ
If
どう
that
して
was
有村の
true,
父さん
then
は
why would he
お
kill
兄
your
さんを
dad?
殺す必要がある
それは
Because Dad
父が
betrayed
家
his
族を裏切っ
family.
ていたから。
Arimita didn't tell me how he'd betrayed his family, so I didn't know what happened. But that didn't change the fact that what she was trying to say didn't make sense.
仮にお兄さんが生
Even
き
if
て
he
いた
is
としても
alive, why doesn't
そも
he
そも生きてるな
want
ら
to get revenge
復
on
讐するっていうのは
Yeah,
妙
why
な
does he want
話
to
じゃ
get
ないか
revenge on you?
それは
That's...
だろ
See?
助か
If
って
you
たなら
survived, he doesn't
復
need
讐なんてす
revenge.
ることはない
You
はずだ
said he really loved you,
第
right?
一お
So
兄さんは有
why
村のこ
would
と
he
大事
start
にしてたん
hating
だろ
you?
うだったら恨んだりってのも変じゃないか
Talk out here asking the real questions. It's his turn with a brain cell. But
でも
but I
私は
saw
見たん
him.
です。
That was my
あれ
brother.
は確かに兄でした。お兄
Big
ちゃん、
bro. Why? No matter how much I tried to persuade her otherwise, Arimita kept insisting that what she'd seen was her brother. Was it really him that she saw? Even if it was someone who looked just like her brother, that still didn't explain why they were attacking her. Let alone why they'd kill her father.
そうだ
Oh, that's right.
有村
I need to apologize to
僕
you.
は君に謝らなきゃいけない
謝る。
Apologize?
何
For
をです
what?
か？
知ら
I
なかった
didn't
んだ
know.
その
I didn't know that it
あ
was
れ
your
が君
dad,
の父さんだった
but
な
I
んて
still got so.
それなのに僕はあんな風に
あ
Oh,
だから
so
悪かっ
I'm
たって
sorry.
いいです。
It's fine.
別
It
に
doesn't
気
bother
にしてま
me.
せんから。
I felt like she wasn't just trying to make me feel better. She really meant it. I mean, there's literally no way you could have known, dude.
それに
And what's more, I
私
don't
自
really
身
know
よ
if
く分
I'm
かって
sad
な
that
いん
he
です。
died or not.
父が死んで悲しいのかどうか。
有村
不思議な
It's
く
so
らいにわ
strange.
からないんですよ。
I just don't
自分で
know.
も。父 Dad lied to us for years. I don't think I ever forgave him for that.
そんな父を私は多分ずっと許せないでいた。だから
So, part of me
心
thinks
の
that
ど
he
こか
got
で
what he
当然の報い
deserved.
だって思っている私がいるんです。もちろん
Even so,
だからっ
I
てあん
don't
な
think
む
he
ごい
had
死
to
に
die
方を
like
する必
that.
要はなかったって思いますけど。
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I know cheating not good and all, but that death is a little overkill for that type of thing. Since she didn't tell me, I had no way of knowing what lie her father had told. But I could imagine that whatever it was, it left a big impression on her. If nothing else, it was enough to affect her power as a gigalomaniac. I went outside and stretched, and I could feel all the bones on my body popping. Fucking mood. Getting stabbed like Caesar and shoved in the laundry basket. Yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah. It was still just past 8 a.m. Even at this hour. I could hear people playing basketball at the nearby court. Animita had ended up sleeping in my bed. Cute. Did you sleep on the floor like a dog? After all that happened, she was mentally exhausted. Fucking fair. Even for me, it didn't feel right to wake her up and send her home. Yes, Peachy? Something wrong? And she's just been through such a scare. And so I decided to let her sleep there. That's also why I ended up trying to sleep on the tiny hard floor, and mostly failed at it. So he did sleep on the floor, but not like a dog, because if he was like a dog, he would have slept well. I like that you added the :3 to the quote. I decided to go wash my face at the nearby fountain when the phone in my pocket began to vibrate.
電話
Phone call. It was from Kunosato-san.
どうしたんです
Why
か
are
こ
you
んな時間
calling
に
this early?
も
Did
し
you
かして
learn
何かあ
something?
ったんですか
なんだ
That's a rather rude
朝から随
greeting.
分とご挨拶だな。
You could really hear the :3 in my voice. Wonderful. I would have reacted the same way to anybody else calling at this hour. Well, maybe not Arimura. Girlfriend.
例の事件について
I was planning to tell you the police's take on the recent murders, since Shinjo had given it to me. But if you don't need it,
必
never
要ないなら
mind.
いい。
No, wait, I didn't say I didn't need
じゃ
it.
ないですか
I could tell that she wasn't joking. She really was about to hang up the phone. I quickly tried to stop her.
その情報と
Please
や
tell
ら
me
教
what
え
you
てくだ
learned.
さいぜひ
Please.
まあいい。
Fine then. Let's start with the murders
Mazu,
modeled after the new
入
gen
試の事件
case.
になぞらえた一連の事件についてだな。
She modeled the first 4 murders, up until Watabe's death.
ハイダリコと呼ばれる
And they
女
seem to
に
think
よる
that
単
there
独
are
の犯
several
行では
things that can't be explained if
説
it
明
was
が
just
つかない
Haida
部分
Riko
が多
acting
々あ
on
ると
her
考
own.
えているようだ。
つまり
In other words,
他に誰か
She
共
had
犯
someone
がいる
working
って
with
こ
her?
とですか
あるい
or
は
perhaps she was only
ハイ
responsible
ダ
for
リ
the
コ自身
arson
は放火
cases
事件
and
だ。
had nothing to do with the
他に
murders.
関しては一切関わっていないという可能性もある。
That was true. It would mean that there were multiple people involved, and the real killer still hadn't been caught. Or maybe whatever organization had built that lab in the basement was responsible. Which meant that Arimura and I still weren't safe. And that made sense, considering that Arimura had already said she'd been attacked. However,
それから
also, you should know that you
お
two
前
are
たち二人も
suspects.
疑われているぞ。
Links.
Eh?
Huh?
まさか
You don't mean
僕と
you
有
not
村
Arimura,
が
do
です
you?
か
聞いていな
Didn't
か
you
った
hear
の
me?
か。
I said you two.
お前たち
Who
だ
else would it be?
他に誰がいる？
Sakuma and Serika.
どうして僕たちが
Why
疑
would
わ
they
れなきゃいけないん
suspect
ですか
us?
柿田の事件
Kakita, Watabe, and now this third case. The police are thinking it's too much to be a coincidence.
でも偶然が続きすぎているというのが警察の考えらしい。
But I thought we weren't considered suspects for the murders that had happened so far. For those murders, yes. But the other ones are a different matter.
それ以降の事件となると話はまた別だ。
You know the victim from the other day? The second year student from Hekiha?
Ishida
Moe. I heard she didn't come to school often. That's right. But the girl was supposedly a big fan of Arimura Hinae. Is that why she wore her hair in pigtails too? God damn it. Of Arimura. According to Kunosato-san, he was getting her information from Chijo-san, of course. Ishida Moe had been a very quiet student in middle school who didn't really stand out. At school, she would mostly sit in the corner and read books. Arimura's name had shown up in her diary. Arimura was always cheerful and friends with everybody. Arimura had spoken to Moe, too. And that had evidently made her very happy. After that, Moe had decided that she wanted to be like Arimura. She'd copied Arimura's hairstyle and started going downtown, where eventually she fell in with the bad crowd and stopped coming to school. But that's not Arimura's fault. A detective's job is to look for connections, no matter how small they might be, and part of the reason is due to Arimura's actions as well. Arimura's actions? During questioning yesterday, she said that her brother was alive and trying to kill her. She told me the same thing. And they seem to think that's evidence of mental instability, and that it may have some bearing on the case. See, this is the problem with some of the police. ACAB. Of course she is. After all that's happened, of course she's going to feel on edge. Several of the victims had already been related to her. Of course, the police had noticed that too. So, what's your take on Arimura Hinae? Girlfriend. But also, like, she's most like, obviously... I don't know, man. Like, I can understand from one perspective, like, oh, yeah, lots of connections here. She could be the one, but also, there's a lot of connections here. She might be the next victim. But, you know, cops don't have any fucking brains, so, whatever. She looks like she's really stressed out. I see. Well, keep an eye on her. That's the idea. What's wrong? Are you really Kunosato-san? You showed a shred of caring. You sure that's your identity? What do you mean? I mean, I can't believe the real Kunosato-san wouldn't honestly be worried about us. You're lucky we're on the phone. Otherwise I'd beat the shit out of you for saying that. Never mind, it really is Kunosato-san. Anyway, keep a close eye on Arimura Hinae's activities. There's no telling what someone will do when they panic. Blinks. And that was all Kunosato-san said before she hung up. Kaketa Hinonori, Ishida Moe, Arimura's dad. In the sense that she was the first to find the body, there was also Watabe. It's true that too many of the victims were related to Arimura. Maybe it's natural for the police to suspect her.
Senpai.
Girlfriend. I don't know. Huh? She must have woken up. No, she's still asleep. Very asleep. Look at her. Those open eyes, that's just makeup on her eyelids. Not even a smile to relief I ran over to me. You weren't there when I woke up, so I wondered where you went. Animita still didn't look great, but she seemed to have calmed down since yesterday. I'm sorry. I fell asleep without realizing it. You want to pick her up? Do it! No, it's fine. Just, what are you going to do now? I'm going home. My aunt and uncle are probably worried about me. I see. I'll walk you part of the way then. Even if she'd calmed down, I didn't feel safe sending her back alone. She must have felt the same way, because she just nodded. Anyway, I hate Sundays. There's so many people around. Yeah. Hey, did you know? A while ago, Itzo. I tried to keep up as much meaningless small talk as I could while we headed toward Arimita's home. Even with all the murders, it was still the weekend, and there's only a week to go until the festival. As such, the whole town was in a state of excitement. I was very grateful to have that atmosphere around to distract us. In fact, it was even helping Arimita gradually start to smile again.
Did Ito-senpai really do that?
Sometimes I really don't understand that guy.
Oh, okay, senpai. I can go the rest of the way on my...
Suddenly, Arimita froze. Big pro. Huh? I quickly spun around, but I didn't see anyone. Arimita? No. Big bro. Calm down, Arimita. He's not there. I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I could feel that she was shaking.
But he's right there.
She was pointing at a mannequin in a store window. And there was nothing else there. Let's just go home. I'll walk you the rest of the way. November 2nd, 2015, Monday. The next day, Arimita came to school and...
Ciao, Seri, guys.
She was back to normal.
Morning. Oh, good morning.
Hey! Hi.
I'm glad to see you guys are getting along so well. Maybe I'll quit the lit club and join the newspaper club. What are you talking about? You're basically a member already, right, Taku?
Yeah, she's right.
Really? Alright, maybe I will join. Wait, are you allowed to be in 2 clubs?
I mean, Kudisu is also in the student council, if that counts as a club.
Of course. Just fill out the paperwork and it's fine. I see.
Well, if you do join, that gives you an excuse to be with me and Shiro. Wink wink, nudge nudge. What? We're not really... Unless...
Aw, come on. No blushing. No blushing.
Hey, you don't get to say that. I hadn't seen Arimita this chipper in a while. Sure, it felt a little forced, but it was still a good sign.
Oh, right. Did you hear they're adding a chocolate bar to Hikario? Huh? A chocolate bar? You mean the one where if you get a winning bar, you get another one? Wrong. That's a chocobat.
Fictional. A chocolate-covered bat-shaped stick of fried dough that's been beloved in Japan for more than 50 years. Not only is it cheap, but there's a removable sticker on the back, and if your sticker says win or home run, you get another one free. This lottery-style marketing makes it especially popular with children. At first glance, I thought children said chicken, not gonna lie. What do you mean, which bat? And then never mind. I am curious about this. I want a chocolate-covered bat-shaped stick of fried dough. Like, that sounds wonderful. Where can I obtain a chocolate-covered bat-shaped stick of fried dough? I need that in my life. Animal versus club, but then it's like win or home run. Ah. Either way, I still want one.
A chocolate bar is like a restaurant, right? Where you can eat in? Yeah, that's it. Once it opens, we can all...
And then she stopped. I had a bad feeling about this.
Hina-chan?
No. She froze. You guys get the idea.
Arimura!
I quickly grabbed her before she could fall over.
Oi,
Hey, what's wrong? She passed out. Takaru, take her to the nurse's office immediately. Yeah. As I picked her up, I glanced in the direction she'd been looking. Hey, what happened? Kawahara-kun, you're so shaped. That's all. Kawahara-kun was standing there. He happened to be passing by and was looking at us in surprise. And there's no one else around.
Taku, what did they say about Hina-chan? She's traumatized, your good sir.
ちょっと疲れてるん
And
だ
they
ろうっ
said
て
she's just
話
a。little tired.
ひとまず
They're
保
going
健
to
室
let
で
her
休ま
rest
せる
for
っ
a
て。
while.
そっ
I
か。
see.
I knew what had happened. She'd seen him again. Maybe she'd mistaken Kawahara-kun for her brother. He is shaped.
タクル、有
Takaru,
村さん、
did something
何かあった
happen
の？
with Arimura-san? Trauma.
何かっ
What do
て
you mean?
ちょっと様子がお
She
かし
seemed
か
to
った
be
ような
acting
気
a
がす
little
るんだけど。
strange.
ああ、
Yeah,
そ
I
れ
thought so
私も思っ
too.
た。
She
普段
seemed to
よ
be
りも
forcing
無
herself
理して
more
る
than she
感大
usually
きいっていう
does.
か。
As if you don't know Miss the Lord Mind Reader. Decided to look up chocobat for shiggles. And as it turns out, there is a species of bat called the choco broad-nosed bat. Its binomial name is... Okay. What does that have to do with chocobat? Your searching skills have failed us for what we actually want.
マジで
Seriously? I had no
俺
idea.
全然気づかなかったけど。
We already know that you're inattentive, Ito. Is it a good idea to tell them? Even Kazuki had stopped playing ESO too and came over to me with a look of concern on her face.
なんだよ、
What is it,
カズキ。
Kazuki?
お前も気
You
になる
worried
のか
too? Duh.
わかっ
Alright
たよ。
then. It's literally a bat called Choco. It has everything to do with Chocobat. I told them all everything that happened to Arimura over the past few days. But she said that she said that her brother was still alive. I'm pretty sure where you went wrong is that it's supposed to be Chocobats. Because, like, at best, you would at least get about the thing from Chaos Child and it could tell you what it's about based on. And he was trying to get revenge on her. Hey. It was Erika who spoke first. Is Hina-chan's brother really alive? That being said, Tokyo Central has a listing on their site. Sanritsu Gambare Chokobaku. Is it a chocolate-covered piece of fried dough? It better be. No, I heard he was dead. But she only thinks that he is, right? I don't know. But what I do know is that all these murders keep happening around her. Since there was no doubt that they were homicides, that meant there had to be some murderer targeting her for a reason. I think that maybe we should look into her brother some more. But how do we do that? As far as you can tell, the packaging doesn't exactly have a photo of it and they seem individually wrapped, so the window on the back isn't terribly useful. Fair enough. Peachy, we must go to Tokyo Central and investigate the Sanritsu Gambare Chokobaku. Assuming Peachy is still around. He died in the earthquake, right? That means... Memorial. I went with Kurisu's suggestion and visited the earthquake memorial with Serika. The memorial bore the names of everyone who died in the earthquake. I was worried about Arimita, but Kurisu said she'd take her home. It was probably safe to let her handle it. Mel, Taku? Wait a second, I'm pretty sure. His name was supposedly Arimita Shingo. Looking at the memorial, I was reminded of how many people had died during the earthquake. My parents, Serika's parents... Even Kurisu and Yui's parents all had their names here too. Did you find it? Yeah, it's right here. Arimita Shingo. From the age when he died, it was safe to assume that this was him. But this doesn't mean anything for sure. The damage from the Shibuya earthquake had been incredible. Some people had been declared dead without their bodies ever being found. And in some cases, those people had later been found committing crimes. Ow, I felt that sneeze in my throat. Awful. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. So, just to be sure. No, you're here already. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Sorry for having you come out here so quickly. I contacted Shinjo-san and had him meet me here. No, it's better for me to know as much as possible about the case, even if it's something small. Lately, I'd been starting to think that Detective Shinjo-san might be a lot better at his job than he looked. Yeah. Of course, maybe people like him never really fit in an organization and couldn't grow to their full potential. So, you wanted to ask about Arimita Hinae's brother, right? Yes. I'll make it quick. Her brother, Shingo, is dead. Do you have verifiable, undeniable truth? Do you have decisive evidence, sir? You're sure? There's no doubt. He died when his family's condo building collapsed during the Shibuya earthquake. Okay, but was his body found and identified? And the body was identified by a family member. Okay.
Did Hina-chan, see his body?
I can't tell you if she herself saw the body, but I can tell you for sure that he's dead.
死んでいるのは間違いない。
そうですか。
I see. So he wasn't just declared dead when they couldn't find his body then.
一応
I
写
have
真
a
も
photo
借りてきた
too.
が、
You want to take a
見る
look?
か。
The photo of him dead? Question mark? I looked at it just in case, but I was surprised to find that he didn't really look like Harimura. I've never seen him before.
じゃあ
So,
ひなちゃん
when
のお
Hina-chan
兄さん
says
が
her
生きてるって
brother's
い
alive,
うのは
やっぱり
I
有村
guess
の
it's
思い
just her
込みか。
imagination after all. Or perhaps...
まあ、
Mm.
身の回
With
りで
all
あ
that's
れだ
going
け
on
事件が
around
起きた
her,
挙
and
句、
what happened with her dad,
父親があ
I
ん
can
な姿に
understand
な
if
った
she's
と
in
なれ
pretty
ば、
bad shape.
憔悴するのも無理のないことだ。現に彼女の母親も
Her mom's not
かなり参
doing
ってい
so
るし
well
な。
either. But in the flashbacks, they look so similar. I mean, kind of. But also, like, they only share one parent, so it's not like they have the same set of parents. So I think that's kind of what they're trying to get at here. More than anything. With them not looking super alike.
そう
I
ですか。
see.
今は
Her
友人である
friends.
君たち
Keep an
が
eye on her.
しっかりと様子を見てやってくれ。
Shinjo-san seemed to think he might gain some clue by hearing what we had to say about Unimura, but he ended up going back to the station with barely anything to show for it. He didn't tell us anything about the police considering her as a suspect. By the time I got home that day, the sun had set. I stopped to buy some Mountain View at the convenience store like always. When I opened the door, bag in hand, I realized that something was wrong.
誰か
Someone's
いる。
in here. Quick, welcome to the Mountain View. I could sense someone in the back of the dark room. Could it be that I'm next? Who's there? I'm sure of it. Someone's there. I know you're there. Come on out.
出てこい。
I tried to yell loudly to make myself feel stronger, but it didn't work. A figure slowly stood up in the darkness. And the next moment, it charged at me. It was so sudden I couldn't move. No, I can't get away. Ah.
有村。
Harimura leapt into my arms.
どうして。
Why are you... Kurisu told me she'd taken her home.
私
Am I
ここ
not
にいちゃい
allowed
けま
to
せん
be
か
here?
他のと
I'm
ころ
too
は
scared
怖
to
く
be
て
anywhere else.
怖くてって。
Scared. But
で
will
も
your aunt
下
and
宿
uncle
先のおじさん
worry?
やおばさんが心配するんじゃん。
平気です
It's fine.
ど
They
うせ
just
あの
want to
人た
get
ちだ
rid
っ
of me
て
anyway.
私を疎ましく思ってるんですから
Is that something she knows because of her power?
だからお
So
願いです
please,
ここに
let me
ここに
stay
いさせてくだ
here.
さい
でも
But
ダメ
is
です
that
か
okay? And there were tears in her eyes. For the old Animita, that might have been an act. But now...
わかったよ。
Okay.
本当ですか
Really? And this wasn't an act.
そう
Oh,
です
right, senpai. Come inside,
中に入
quick!
ってください
いや、そん
Huh?
なせ
You
か
don't
さな
have
くて
to
も。
rush me.
そうだ
I know.
ここに
Are you
来る
sure
まで
nobody
に誰かに
followed
つ
you
けられ
here?
たりしませんでした
それはないと思うけど。
そう
I
です
see
か
it. But be
で
careful,
も注
okay?
意してくださいね
Oh, also, do you have anything to put up?
何か貼る
Like
もの
duct
ないで
tape
すか
or
ガム
anything?
テープとか
ガムテー
Duct tape?
プ何に使うん
For
だ。
窓とか
We're
隙
going
間
to
とか
put
に
it on the
貼るん
windows
で
and
す
cracks so my brother
お兄ちゃん
can't
が
get
入って
in.
こないように
What are you talking about? You can't come in through. At first I thought she was joking and laughed. But then I realized that she was serious.
You see? There's a little gap there. And over there too. If you don't tape up the gaps, you'll get in somehow.
Oh, sweetie. She told me before that her brother was alive and bent on revenge. But now I realized that it didn't matter whether he was actually alive or not. Her brother was after her. That was the only thought running through her mind right now. Okay, we can do that tomorrow. It's too late tonight. She was still scared, but I managed to calm her down enough that she dropped the subject. But even as it got later, all she did was look outside and shiver. So, Takumi, just hug her. Keep her close. That's all. Morning came without either of us getting much sleep. You could have cuddled to sleep, and everyone would have been fine and happy. November 3rd, 2015, Tuesday. Eep. I met the morning with the sound of chirping sparrows and the quiet snoring of a girl. I'd always thought that if that ever happened to me, it would be wonderful. Who could have imagined it would feel like this? She'd only just fallen asleep and it was already 10 a.m. Oof. I was worried about leaving her here by herself, but there was something I wanted to check.
Your girl's already here.
What is it?
It's a different girl than last time. For someone with the face of a twig, you did pretty well for yourself.
I don't... Wait, that doesn't matter right now. There's no harm in letting her have the wrong idea. I just need to do what I came here for. And just like the waitress had said, the person I was here to meet had already arrived. She's reading something and frowning, like always. You're late, considering you're the one who asked me to come here. Well, Cold Cat Press said. She looked up from her book and spoke to me curtly. I'm sorry. So, what do you want to ask me about? I sat down and ordered, and she got straight to the point. It was clear that she didn't want to waste any time on small talk. You supposedly know a lot about the brain and the mind, right, Kunosato-san? Hinae gets antipsychotics arc? I don't know. You don't supposedly know anything. My research specialty is brain science. In that case, I'd like your opinion as a specialist. Animita's actions over the past few days had gone well beyond what anyone would consider normal. No matter how much I tried to convince her that her brother was dead, she refused to believe it. No, I felt like she didn't want to believe it. Animita was the only one who had seen her brother to begin with. None of us had seen him. Which meant that maybe it was all in her head after all. But then what was the cause? I could have looked it up on the internet, but not without Animita in the room. And it was better to ask a specialist than just trying to figure it out based off of some web pages. True. The biggest factor is probably psychological stress. Yeah, baby. We love psychological stress. Kunosato-san furrowed her brow when I finished talking to her. Is that enough to cause her to get so scared? Yes. Paranoia. Thumbs up. I haven't spoken to her personally, so this is just one possibility, but it could be a type of OCD, meaning obsessive-compulsive disorder. A boy, also known as OCD, the inability to stop from repeatedly thinking certain thoughts or performing certain actions. Sometimes symptoms can be harmless, like an inability for one to stop thinking about whether or not they locked the door after they left. One could argue that isn't necessarily fully harmless, because, like, Kate points at Peachy. There are times where, like, it can disrupt someone going to work or going to some other thing because they have to, like, go all the way back to check type thing. So I wouldn't necessarily say that's harmless necessarily, but it could be worse. True. Yeah, but severe cases can leave sufferers unable to live normal lives. The cause is thought to be either stress or a person's personality, but the exact cause is unknown.
一種の強迫性障害。
Oh, I didn't realize I cut her off.
強迫観念が原因とも考えられる。
強迫観念
OCD.
ですか。
犯罪
You
心
should
理
know
学
that
は
criminal
私の
psychology
専
isn't
門で
my
はないのだが。
specialty, but... Okay, hold on. Hinae is not a criminal. She warned me before she continued.
殺人事件
It's
を
fair.
起こした人
But
物が
sometimes people who have murdered someone become terrified of that person's ghost.
つまり霊的な存在に怯えるというのは稀にあることらしい。
Remorse. A ghost. That would be Animira's brother in this case. Animira felt so guilty over her brother's death that she was seeing him in hallucinations. Well, that was alright then. I don't think that's necessarily what that was trying to say there, but... okay, not all right, but at least it's fixable. Okay. But there was another possibility that I was afraid of. The idea that had suddenly come to me last night. If I said it out loud, if I gave it shape, something might change. And in a bad way.
じゃあ
And then,
例えば
for example, despite having a bad feeling about it, I couldn't keep myself from saying it.
自分では気づいてい
They
ないの
could
に
take revenge for
死ん
someone
で
who
しまった
died
誰かに
without
なり
even
代わって
realizing
復讐
it.
をする。
Is that
そういうこと。
possible? Kuno-san must have understood exactly what I meant. She put down her coffee cup and looked me in the eyes.
まさかお
Are
前
you telling me that you think
Arimura
Arimura
Hinae
killed
が
her
兄にな
father
り
in
代わ
her
り
brother's place?
父親を殺したとそう言いたいのか。
あくまでも可
I'm
能
just
性として
asking
そう
if
いう
it's
ことはあるのか
possible.
と聞きたいだけです。
ありえないことじ
It's
ゃ
not
ない。
impossible. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, unfortunately.
そう
And I
ですか。
see. I've been feeling that way ever since I'd seen her last night. She said that her brother had died because of her. But she also said that it wasn't her mom and dad's fault. Perhaps Animira blamed herself for her brother's death so much that she started hallucinating visions of him. And maybe that started to escalate until unconsciously she thought she was her brother and then she killed her father. Of course, Animira did say she'd been attacked too. In that case, she would be lying, but she was injured from the fucking stairs. And then the thought first came to me. It had seemed impossible. I tried to tell myself that I was overthinking things. And once the thought came to you, it was impossible to be rid of it. I don't know, man. I'm pretty good at losing my thoughts. The more you told yourself not to think about it, the more you started to think that maybe it was true. And what was the truth and what was a lie?
教えてほ
And
し
that's
い
what I
のは
needed to find out.
僕の方だ。
No. Animira leapt into my arms as soon as I opened the door. She's like a clingy cat.
How could you leave me like that? Where did you go?
どこへ行ってたんですか？
Sorry, I went shopping and stuff. I figured we need some things. Well, you're hungry, right? I took out the sandwiches and rice balls I'd bought at the convenience store.
急にいなくな
I
ると心
got
配
worried
する
when
じゃ
you
ない
just
ですか。
vanished.
大丈夫だよ。
It's fine.
いや、
No,
なんでも
it's
ない。
nothing. Don't think about it. It's impossible. It's...
ちゃんと
Were
気
you
をつけました
careful?
か？
Yeah, use protection, baby.
気をつけるって
Of what?
何？
決まってるじゃ
Careful
な
that
い
my
ですか。
brother didn't
こ
find
の
this
場所が
place.
兄にバレないようにです。
Oh, sweetie. He's in your head.
だから
I
大丈
told
夫
you
だって。
it's fine.
誰も
Nobody
追
is
いかけて
chasing
きたりなん
after
てしない
you.
よ。
Okay, that's not how you should approach this conversation, but...
でも
But he's looking for
兄は
me,
私を
so...
探してます。だから
Hey, Takaru, does one of the rice balls have, like, an antipsychotic stuffed in it? Because I think that might be a good idea. I looked away. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bear to see her like this. I grabbed Adimita by the shoulders and looked straight into her eyes. Prolonged eye contact.
いいか、有村。
Listen to me, Adimita.
お兄さんは
Your
死んだん
father
だよ。
is dead.
警
I
察に
checked
も
with the
確認し
police.
た。
He's dead.
君のお兄さんは
And the
確
dead
かに
don't
死
come
んで
back
い
to
る。
life.
死んだ人間は生き返ったりしないんだ。
でも
But...
で
But
も
he
私は
attacked
確か
me,
に
it's
兄に襲
true.
われたんです。それは本当なんです。
有村。
先輩
Why
は
won't you believe me?
信じて
Do
くれ
you
ないんで
think
す
I'm
か？
lying?
私の言うこと嘘だってそう思ってるんですか？
No, I think you're hallucinating.
そんな
That's
こと
not
ない。
true.
信
I
じる。
believe you.
信じ
I
るけど。
believe you, but... Adimita's eyes widened in shock. It was only then that I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. Oh, buddy.
嘘。
You're lying.
有村。
先輩は
You really don't
私の言っ
believe
てる
me
こと
after all.
信じてくれてないんですね。
Adimita shook off my hands. And large tears began to pour down from her eyes.
違うんだ
No,
よ。
Adimita,
今
that
の
was...
No.
I tried to calm her down, but she smacked my hand away.
先輩
So,
まで
even you're
私
lying
に
to
嘘
me
をつくん
now.
ですね。
有村。
You're lying to me too. Just like dad and mom and my
パパやお兄ちゃ
brother.
んみたいに私に嘘をつくんですね。
聞いてくれ、有
Adimita,
村。
listen to me.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want.
私
有村。
She slipped past my hands and ran out of the RV. Are you gonna chase after her? And then she ran out of the park without looking back. That doesn't sound like you're running after her. I probably should have chased after her. Yeah! Fuckhead. But I hesitated. If it really was Adimita who killed her own father, I'm going to hunt Takaru. When that thought crossed my mind, I lost my will to follow her. Wow, you suck. Hey, Taku. Awful loud in here. What's going on?
どうした？
Got any antipsychotics getting this on?
ケンさん。
ところ
By the
で
way,
例のも
I
の
brought you
ま
another
た持っ
one.
てきてやったぞ。
ケンさん。
Vincent,
悪
I'm
いけど
sorry,
今
but
はいらない
not now.
うん？
Hmm?
なん
What?
だ
Come
よ
on. I brought it
せっかく
special
持ってきて
just
や
for
ったんだ
you.
ぞ。
You can pay me
後
later.
でもいいから。
今
I
は
said not
言
now.
ってるだろ。
Just leave.
帰ってくれ。
たく。
I'm sorry, just the way he said talker, just my brain is instantly like, damn, is saying that like his little relationship with Taku and is yelling at him being standoffish. Just, what am I doing? Being a boy failure. What am I? I met a hinae who was in a hospital room. And it took her a while to figure out what she was doing lying in a hospital bed. But when she did, she remembered everything that had happened. She wanted to believe it was a dream. But the bandages around her body and the pain from her injuries told her that it wasn't. Where are Mom and Dad? She looked around for her parents. She staggered out of bed and finally saw them in the hallway. They were each talking to someone on the phone and trying to hide from the other as they did. Hinae could tell they were talking to their lovers. How could they be doing that now when her brother was dead?
Can you do that at a time like this, Mom?
The next thing she knew, she was taking her anger out on her mother.
Hina-chan, I'm glad you're awake.
And that was a lie.
Big Bro's dead. How can you do this? Calm down, Hina-chan. Mom's making an important phone call, so...
And that was a lie.
Why? Why didn't you save Big Bro? He was still alive. If you came with me, we could have saved him. Why didn't you come with me? We tried to save him, of course, before you came, but we couldn't.
And that was a lie.
Then... Why did you say it was too late? We didn't want you to get hurt. We thought that you'd go inside if we didn't tell you that.
And yet, she went inside anyway. And you also did a poor job at stopping her.
You're lying.
Hinae had grabbed her mom before she realized what she was doing.
Lying. You're lying. All you do is lie. Everything you say is a lie. Hina-chan, stop it. Why do you lie so much? Why don't you tell the truth? I don't want to hear all these lies. Stop lying and tell me. Tell me the truth. Why did you let Big Bro die? Why did you kill him? Tell me.
It's Vods. It was the first time she'd seen her mother's face like that. And it was a scary face. All the false kindness had been wiped away. And it wasn't the face of her mother anymore. It was the face of a woman. It's all your fault. Shingo went inside because he thought you were there. If he hadn't known you weren't in there, he never would have gone inside. And you want to know why we didn't save him? It's all your fault in the first place. Okay, well, if you were good parents and knew where she was... Counter fucking point. And that was the truth. It was the first true thing her mother had told her that today. And that truth destroyed her. My fault? Shingo had gone out to buy a present for Hinae, just like she had done. And then the earthquake had happened. He'd run back home, found the building half collapsed, then ignored his parents' warnings and went inside. He believed that she was in there. And that's why he had died. It's my fault. It's my fault. The whole world shook. Everything she knew fell apart. And that was how hinae lost everything. Do you need something from our class? Oh no, is Arimura here?
有村は
She didn't come to school today. I see.
ですか。どうも。
Thanks. The next day, just like I thought, Arimura hadn't come to school. It was after school, and the clubroom was still empty. Was it really Arimura who killed her father? Maybe I need to go back over everything that's happened so far, just to get it clear in my head. Oh boy. First, the data and locations of the new Gen Madness murders. There have been 4 incidents so far. Don't Look in Jinan, Audio Blade in Shinsan, and then Revolving Dead at Fairy's Dance, a place I would never forget. Then there was the Sumoru obese case, which had also occurred right in front of us. Yeah, good so far. The problem is what came next. All the murders after Sumorbidly obese. There were 3 victims. The first victim was... that's right, a headless body that was burnt to death. The next victim was... Ishida Moe, a student at Hekiho Academy. And finally, Arimura Kochiro, Arimura Hinae's father. And that was the order.
やっぱり
Just
だ。
like I thought. Looking back at the cases, it was clear there was no relationship between the first 4 murders and the last 3. The first 4 cases had been extremely bizarre. The latter ones were brutal, but fairly ordinary. And more than anything, there were the sumo stickers. I'd been so relieved that they were gone, that I'd been slow to pick up on it, but there were no sumo stickers anywhere to be found near the sites of the last 3 murders. In other words, there were 2 completely separate groups. Not to mention, Ishida Moe had been a huge fan of Arimura Hinae. Kochiro was her father. In a broad sense, these 2 were both related to Arimura. Then there was the headless burnt body. They hadn't identified the body yet, but maybe.
となると
Which means
やっ
that
ぱ
I
り
was right. I turned around at the sound of the door opening and saw Kazuki standing there.
なんだ
Oh, it's you,
和樹か
Kazuki. I thought about getting a second opinion, but with Kazuki, that wouldn't be possible. I went to turn back to the board, only to realize that Kazuki was staring at me.
どうかしたのか
What's wrong? Surprisingly, Arimura had taken a liking to the silent Kazuki, and Kazuki didn't seem to mind her either. The 2 of them had built up a unique friendship. So maybe Kazuki was worried about Arimura too. She just...
かも
Okay. I was gonna be like, she just made a sound. How does that translate to maybe? Maybe.
Huh?
Huh? What was that? Did Kazuki just talk?
Oi.
Hey, Kazuki,
和樹
did you...
今
Come to think of it, she did talk once before. And last time it felt like she'd been so caught up in Arimura's energy that she'd spoken without thinking. Wait, that doesn't matter right now.
和樹
Kazuki,
今
what did you...
なんて
私の
It
せ
might
い
be my fault,
かも
maybe. This time I could hear her clearly.
私のせい
Why
っ
do you
て
think that
何がだ
it's your fault?
前に
We were talking about
Hina-san
Hina-san's
お
brother,
兄さんの話をしてその
and it
時
might
に
be
私が
because I asked,
聞いたから
maybe.
かも
聞いたって
Asked
何を
what?
お兄さん
If
に
she wanted to see her
会い
brother.
たいって
What on earth is she talking about? Why would it be her fault for asking if Arimita wanted to see her brother? Kazuki, you have to explain it to me or I won't understand. What exactly do you mean?
だって
I'm a
私も
psychic too.
能力者だから。
Am I surprised? No. At the same time,
能力
a
者
psychic? Wait,
能力
a
者っていうの
psychic.
は
Do you mean a
もしかして
gigalomaniac?
ギガロマニアックスだっていうのかカズキ
You
か
are...
私、
I asked if she wanted to see her
お
brother.
兄さんに会いた
That's
い
probably why she's seeing
聞いちゃ
him.
ったから。だから、
I
皆さん、
see.
お兄さんの姿を。ひなさん、
Yeah, that sounds so
優
nice.
しいから。
So, I wanted to talk to her
私
too.
もお話ししたくて。
Man.
でも
But
私
I might have done something awful again.
また取り
Maybe.
返しのつかないことしちゃったかも。
What do you mean again? Not only was Kazuki not used to talking, but she was sobbing too. It was hard to get anything out of her. But I understood what she was trying to say. Harimura was seeing her brother because Kazuki had asked if she wanted to see him. And that this was because of her power as a gigalomaniac. And of course, it was possible that Kazuki was joking or mistaken. Buddy, ain't no way in hell she's joking. However... From the look of things, it didn't seem that way. Which meant
有村の言っていたことは本当だった
what Arimiya was saying really was true. I didn't know if her brother she'd seen had really killed her father. But some power of Kazuki's had caused Arimiya to see her brother. It wasn't a hallucination or a mistake. I would still say it counts as a hallucination even if Kazuki caused her brother to be visible for her. But in that case, who had killed her father? Squints. Suddenly, the door burst open and Ito rushed inside. What? I'm thinking right now. We can talk later.
話なら後にしてくれ
Oh, I guess you don't know then, huh?
やっぱ
Some
知
right
らねえ
sider
みてえ
you
だな
are.
そっかそっか状況様ともあろうものがほうそうですか
Isn't Kazuki still just standing there with tears and Ito's just overlooking that? Okay.
知らないっ
What
て
don't I know?
何がだよ
いや
No, you're thinking right. We could talk
今考え事
later.
してんだろだ
なんだよ
Don't
その
be a
言い
dick,
方
man. Just tell me
気になるだろ
already.
教えろよ
教え
I
てくだ
mean,
さい
please tell me,
Daro.
right? Oh my god. This is not the time, Ito.
わかったよ
Fine.
悪
I'm
かったよ
sorry.
何があっ
Please
た
tell
の
me
か
what
教えてください
happened.
なん
You don't sound like you're
気持
really
ちがこもって
mean
ねえ
it.
な
Asshole. Just before I started to get really mad, though, the door opened once more and Serika ran in.
Hey, Taku, did you hear? There's been another case.
あ
Oh, wait, don't.
それ
新
A
しい
new
事件
case. Do you
も
mean?
しかしてまた
Yeah, a murder.
It can't be.
それ俺が
That
今から
was what
言
I
おう
was
とした
about
や
to
つ
say. I ignored that idiot and ran up to Serika.
それで
And who was killed? I ended up almost grabbing her. Serika looked a little scared.
Huh? Well,
Just tell me, who was the victim?
I think it was a woman in her 40s.
Don't tell me with the last name of Arimura as well. A woman in her 40s? It wasn't Arimura's mom, was it?
Huh? Hina-chan's... but why?
And if it was, I would have told you sooner. I'm not that much of a dick. Squidsats. I don't know, man. It wasn't. And then it's not someone that's related to Arimura. What if it's her aunt? Does it have nothing to do with the others, or... a phone call? Could it be... I grabbed the phone out of my pocket and looked at the name on the screen. But it wasn't who I hoped it was. Miyashiro-kun? It's Shinjo. Yeah, that's what I thought it was gonna be. I could hear the tension in his voice, and it scared me. But why are you calling? Just a few hours ago, there was another murder in Shibuya. Did you hear about it? It was a woman in her 40s named Mikami Hinako. Yes, we were just talking about it. You have a suspect in the murder. A suspect? But who is it? Listen carefully. On the 25th, Ishida Moe is murdered. Then on the 26th, Arimura Kochiro was killed as well. Then last night, Mikami Hinako was killed. The suspect in all these murders is... Oh, Arimura Hinae's mother. Interesting. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Huh.
Any luck, Takeru?
No good, she's not picking up. Kurisu and the others had arrived in the club room afterward, and I filled them in on the situation. I tried to call her, but with no luck. Maybe she didn't want to answer my calls. I mean, you hurt her bad, dude. Damn it, it's all my fault, because I doubted her.
Now's not the time for that. She's right. We need to find where Hina-chan is.
But she's not picking up her phone, and I don't know where she is at this rate. No, if only they had an AI ball that could just track her phone down or something. But we have to do something. Let's think of a way. No way. I can't think of anything. But that was when someone handed me a phone. I still want to know what your power is.
Kosuke.
She picked up. Maybe. It's Hina-san.
I grabbed the phone and put it up to my ear.
Hello? Hello?
Arimura, it's me. It's Miyashiro. Wait, don't hang up. Listen to me. I'm sorry I doubted you. You weren't wrong. I was wrong. So I'm sorry, really. Can we meet somewhere? I need to tell you something in person.
Not now.
Where are you? But why not?
I'm about to meet my mom.
Okay, so expediting the information,
We can meet after that.
No. Arimura. We're not on the bad end for this route, please. Wait, Arimura, don't go, you can't!
Taku, where's Hina-chan?
切れた。
She hung up. I called back, but she wouldn't answer. She either wasn't getting a signal or she turned off her phone. Either way, we had no way of contacting her now.
有村の
She
やつ
told me that she's meeting with her mother.
母親に会うって。
Contact Shinjo-san? Tell him? I think that might be a good idea. Wait,
それって
that's bad,
まずいんじゃねえ
isn't
か。
it? Yes. Very.
どこで会うか
Do you know where she's going?
I don't have- I didn't have time to ask.
Do you have some clue? Is someplace they would have gone together or that was important to them?
思い出の場所とか
Don't be stupid. She wouldn't meet with her mother at a place like... Wait. I think I heard... I heard a sound on the other side of the phone. So did I. It sounded like a fucking train. That was probably... Choo-choo. I remember my conversation with Shinjo-san as I ran.
有村
Anime's mother? You mean her mother was the killer?
犯人だって言うんですか。
We're sure about Ishida Moe and the cases after that. And we're pretty sure about the burnt body as well. Serika and the others had insisted I put the phone on speaker mode. I did that before I continued.
でも
But why would her
お母さんはど
mom...
うして。
Did you know that the Arimura family was essentially dysfunctional? I mean,
まあ
yeah,
なんとな
more
く
or less. It was easy to imagine after what Arimura had told me. Both Arimura's mother and dad had separate lovers, who they spent almost all their time with. But suddenly, Arimura Megumi, her mother, had a falling out with her lover of 10 years last month. After that, she supposedly began to act strangely. At first, she felt hatred toward her lover for abandoning her, but eventually, she started to direct that hate toward her family and husband. I wonder if the burnt to the crisp man was the lover. If she had a happy home life, if her husband hadn't been such a failure, she never would have had an affair in the first place. Nice. That's what she said. Uh-huh. But that's... Kurusu raised her voice in anger at Arimura's mother's selfish actions. Eventually, it escalated to the point where she began to hate her daughter, Hinae. I mean, I unfortunately could make sense of that because, like, she is the one that is the daughter of that stuff, so...
どうして
But
有村
why? According to her, it was because Arimura Hinae was the thing that tore her family apart, and also the reason she broke up with her lover. No, it's because he got knocked up and birthed her. Wait. But of course, her mom is obviously not the type to take responsibility. If she was, they wouldn't be here. Arimura's real father was her mother's lover. And of course, her dad knew this. Her birth had caused a rift in the Arimura family. It had essentially ceased to be a family at all. And what was worse was the strange power that Arimura had. She seemed to have it under control now, but at first, she hadn't known how to handle it. As a result, her mother had come to fear and loathe her. Arimura Megumi became psychologically unstable. She killed her ex, chopped off his head, and set the body on fire. Called it! So that was the first murder. Then, she planned to take revenge on the people that she blamed for her problems. Her husband Kochiro, and her daughter Hinae. The police believe the second victim, Ishidamoe, was mistaken for Hinae and killed. Yeah, I said that as soon as she was described to have pigtails. And now, she has escaped the police, so we think she's plotting her daughter's murder. It was Arimura's mother, Harimura Megumi, who killed her father. And now her mother was trying to kill her too. And then there were the phantoms of her dead brother haunting her. Damn it. I did something that I couldn't take back now. All I could do to Tona was find out Arimura as fast as possible. I had to stop her from meeting with her mother no matter what. My lungs are already at their limit. My lack of exercise had caught up with me, and my legs weren't doing what I told them to. But I had to keep going, because I was sure that... I think what I heard was... Arimura was probably around here somewhere.
Why?
Uh-oh. I heard her. That was definitely Arimura's voice.
Mom, why?
Where is she? Of course. Because it's your... Over there.
Mom?
I looked for my mom where she said she'd be. I was so surprised when she suddenly texted me. I never thought that she'd actually say she wanted to see me. At first, I thought she'd just been joking. And I couldn't believe what she'd said either. I was so sad to lose your father that way. But maybe she really meant it. I hadn't talked to my mom in a long, long time. Mom had started avoiding me when she realized that I had the power to tell when she was lying. So I didn't know what had happened to her and dad since then, and I didn't care. I figured that after my brother's death, they didn't try to get back together. They both split off to do their own thing. But maybe she changed. Maybe dad's death had made her rethink things. So I decided to do what she'd hoped I would. It was the last wish I had left. So I'd come to meet my mom. And I'd immediately regretted it. I'm so happy you came. She really meant it. I wanted to see you for so long. She meant that too. Now that Dad's gone, you're the only person I care about. A lie. From now on, you'll be together with me forever. A lie. Now, come closer, so I can see your pretty face. Lie, lie, lie. All lies. Hey, Mom. I spoke up. Why do you always lie like that? I'm not lying. I really... no worries. You're just in time for totally normal interactions with a mother and daughter. Mm-hmm. You are lying. I can tell. I can tell you're not telling the truth. Why are you saying that, Hina-chan? Your mom loves you so much. See, very normal mother-daughter interaction. She loves her. That's a lie, too. Mom didn't look surprised for a second, but then she looked down at her feet and didn't say anything. Maybe I had said too much.
Mama.
Mom? Fine. I'll tell you the truth then. See, that's a very normal expression to make while having a very wholesome mother-daughter moment, you know.
Mama.
Mom. Was this your real voice? It's your fault. This actually was her real voice. If it hadn't been for Shingo, I never would have had to marry your dad in the first place. Mom's words. But you were his child, so I took care of you. But when you were born, it ruined my life. We're all true. I never should have had you. Or Shingo. A creepy girl like you never should have been born. She really was telling the truth. So disappear. Just go away. The words I wanted to hear. The words I didn't want to hear. And you know, that's what Shingo wants too. Big bro. That's right. Your brother comes to me every day. He says it hurts. He said he didn't want to die. Big bro. It's all your fault and his fault. It's his fault I got married when I didn't want to. It's your fault my family was ruined. You stole my happiness. It's all your fault. Because you were born. Because a monster like you was born. That's why he... She was telling the truth. This is the truth that I wanted to hear. But if this was the truth, then You understand how I feel, right? So, you see. Mom took something out of her bag. The towel was wrapped and fell off, and I could see a little bit of sunlight glinting off the exposed metal. Even though I recognized what it was, I couldn't move. The truth that I just heard had shocked me so much that I couldn't move. When you're gone, I can finally be happy. Not that I condone murdering your daughter to death, but like in broad daylight, damn. That's all. Mom smiled. It was the first time I'd seen her real smile. Once again, this game has me head in hands. Yeah, fair. Mom.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hina-chan.
Hina-chan.
She came closer. She looked so happy. And there was nothing I could do but wait for her embrace. Arimura should be around here. It's all your fault. The voice. It's all your fault. It's all because a monster like you was born. Mom. That's Arimura's... I raced toward the voice. And under the dimly lit bridge. An empty space with nothing but the sound of the trains. Was Arimura. When you're gone, I can finally be happy. There was a woman standing in front of her. She was so tired that she looked very aged, but she was probably in her early 40s. The woman had taken something out of her bag. Mom.
Bye-bye. Hina-chan.
When the woman started walking toward Arimura, I understood the situation. At this rate, Honeybita would be killed. But from where I was standing, I couldn't reach her in time. Damn it. She's right over there. And all I could do is just watch as she dies. Use your Gigalomaniac powers. Go, go, go. Adrenaline. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it! I screamed as loud as I could. But... the woman didn't hear my voice. She held the blade in front of her and began to run. And then I saw something in the corner of my eye. Let's go, D-sword! And it was... a D-sword. We'll boot that bitch! There was a loud noise, and the woman suddenly recoiled backward. Then she grabbed her ears and fell to her knees. Red drops fell from between her fingers. Did my power cause that? My power had caused her earrings to move, ripping them out of her ears. Oof. Like she deserves it, but oof. But it only held her back for a moment. She glared at Unedited and charged with the blade once more. Wow, they didn't take the time to make a sprite version of her without a visible earring. Come on. Where's the dedication to the art? It's fine.
Senpai!
I flung myself between them. The sound of a train. The warning bells as the crossing bars lowered. Light and shadow intersecting. And a burning pain.
Senpai! Miyashiro senpai!
Boyfriend. I heard footsteps somewhere deep in my head. Animita's mother had probably come back to her senses after stabbing me, and then ran off somewhere. But the pain was so strong that I couldn't look to see. No. I must have passed out without realizing it, because the next thing I knew, Animita was cradling my head in her lap.
Senpai, don't move. I'll call an ambulance.
I'm sorry, Animita. I softly rubbed her cheek. Her pretty pale skin was stained dark red with my blood.
Why are you apologizing?
I'm fine. Maybe. I don't know. I'll be fine. Because I didn't believe you. If you can forgive me just one more time. Is she crying?
I'm the one who should be sorry. You shouldn't have run off like that.
I mean, he should have chased after you, but I digress.
You tried to save me until the very end. And I...
Oh, she already called for an ambulance. Or, I guess not. Never mind. She's calling for an ambulance with her telepathy skills to dial the phone. The thumbs up. Animita.
Please, Senpai, don't die.
Arimita's tears wet my cheeks. The tears fell in great numbers, rolling off my cheeks and hitting the ground.
Arimura.
But I'm already... Arimura,
僕は
And then I woke up from my sleep. I saw the face of the person I'd been dreaming of and panicked. But... Squints at this game so hard. Huh? Was I sleeping? Oh, Miyashiro-senpai.
Miyashiro-senpai.
Boyfriend.
なんだ
Oh,
起きた
you're
のか
awake. No, I'm sorry. I kind of passed out while I was waiting for you.
うとうとしちゃってました
It's
別に
fine.
それ
You
くら
don't
い
need
気
to
にしなく
worry
ていいっ
about
て
it. Senpai was always so nice to me. So sometimes I wanted to let him spoil me. Good. What?
宮代先輩って
You're really nice,
優しい
aren't
です
you?
よね
What are you talking about?
急に
I'm not.
別に
No,
優しい
you
ですよ
are nice. You came to save
だってあの
me,
時
after all.
私を助けに来てくれたんですもん
それは
That was because I was worried about you. That would make you nice.
ね
Hey,
え先
senpai.
輩
なんだ
What
よ
is it?
痛みま
Does
す
it hurt? Your injury?
まあ
No,
時々は
sometimes.
でも
But it's
これ
not
く
a
らい
big
大した
deal.
ことないし
ごめん
I'm
なさい
sorry. It's my
私のせい
fault.
で
It's not your fault. How many times do I have to tell you?
うんうん
No,
や
it
っぱり
really
私
is
の
my
せいです
fault. My heart was
私の
weak.
心が弱
That's
かっ
why.
たから
Okay,
だから
Harimuta. It's your fucking mom's fault. Period, point blank.
有村
でもね
But I realized something.
私
You
気づ
can't
いたん
divide
で
the
す
world up into truth and
世
lies.
界は本当か嘘どちらかで割り切れるものじゃないって世界
The
には
world is half truth and
嘘と
half
本
lies.
当が半
And
分
we
ずつあ
have
っ
to
て
accept that.
私たちはそれを承知で受け入れていかなきゃいけないんだってそうじゃなきゃ
Otherwise, you
きっと
just
誰
can't
も立
keep
ち行かな
going.
くなってしまうからもっと
If
早
I'd
くに
found that out earlier,
そう気づ
I...
いてれば私は
My mom had been arrested shortly after that. Good! An officer at a police box had seen her staggering down the street covered in blood and taken her in. She lost her mind, to the point where they weren't even sure if she could stand trial. But she'd have to go to some hospital, she just had said. It was her own fault that this had happened to her. Yeah. But part of it was my fault too. No. I would have to carry the burden of that truth. That is not true, though. For the rest of my life. You will learn. I will force you to learn, hinae, that your mom is responsible for all her actions, including birthing you.
でも
But
有
at
村は
least
気
you know
づいた
now,
んだろ
right? Huh?
世界
And
は
that the
嘘
world
と
is
本
half
当
truth
の
and
半
half
分半
lies.
分でできてるって
はい
Yes.
だった
And
ら
then
もう
it's
大
alright.
丈夫だろ
As long as you know
それ
that.
さえ
You
分
can
かって
keep
いれ
moving
ば
forward.
前に進んでいけるはずだ
Right. Senpai would always tell me the path that I needed to follow. So that's why I...
宮代先輩
Yashida senpai.
一つ
I have a
お
request.
願いがあるんですけど
お願い
What is it?
なんだよ
Can
キ
you
ス
kiss me?
してもらってもいいです
Kiss,
か
kiss, 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 kiss.
Do you
ですか。
not want to? No, it's not that, but...
けど
Hey, why you?
その言葉
If
が
those
本
words
当
are
な
true,
ら
it's
い
okay,
いで
right?
すよね。
If you kiss me?
だから
That's...
それは
Kiss. Kazuki. Hana, when did you get here?
だったら
We
もう
could have
少しの間
pretended
だ
not
け
to
見
see
ないふり
anything
して
for
て
just
く
a
れれば
little
よかったの
longer.
にな。
So stop pounding the wall. You'll put your hole in it. I was so close to.
もう
Oh, there you are,
だったら
Taku.
こんなところに
It's the
いた
Restoration Festival today.
今日は
We're all
復
going
興祭
together,
みんな
right?
で行く予定でしょ。
なん
No,
だ
you heard to,
有
Harimura.
村も一
I
緒
bet the
か
two of you were making
さて
out.
は二人して乳くり合ってやがったな
Almost. Making
ちくり
out?
って
Ito-kun,
Ito-kun,
watch your
も
mouth.
うちょっと言い方に気をつけなさい。
Sheesh. It might be a while before I got that kiss at this rate.
先輩。
ん？
行きましょうか。
Ready to go to the Restoration Festival?
ああ
Oh, yeah.
その代わり、
Let's go together.
二人で。
Huh? I grabbed his hand and started to run.
だって約
We
束
made a
でしょ。
promise, right?
ほら
Come on, let's go,
行きましょう
senpai.
あ
Hey,
おいちょっと
wait.
うーん
Hey, no running off on your
ず
own.
るい。こら、
No running in the
廊下を走
hallway.
っちゃダメよ。
Fucking student council.
そこかよ
Is that really the problem here? He was right. As long as I was with them, I could keep moving forward. Even in a world of truth and lies. Because when he came to save me, I knew. I knew that his feelings were true. So,
ありがとう。
thank you, senpai. Nah. November 21st, 2015, Saturday, was not expecting an after credit scene. That's my bad. New mistake. Frigio Credit Bureau.
全員
Everyone's here,
揃っているか
right?
な
Jijo-san looked around at the assembled group before he spoke. It was an early Saturday morning, but there were still quite a few people here. Momose Katsuko, the CEO of Frigia, Kunosato Mio, a student at Hekiho Academy, and the famous Kei-san of Shibuya News. Ito Shinji, part of the Hekiho newspaper club. Kurisi Nono, Kazuki Hana, and Oloe Serika. None of them looked happy to be here. And they all had a vague idea of why they'd been brought here, but they still seemed to be afraid of what they were about to hear. Chijo-san didn't feel much different. He slowly began to speak, with the same expression of tension on his face as the rest of them.
有村
He
ひな
found
と
Arimura Hinae and Miyashiro Takeru.
見つかった。
Chijo-san began to tell them what the police had learned about what had happened between me, Arimura, and her mother on November 4th.
お願い。
Please, senpai, don't die. After her mom had stabbed me, I was lying on the ground with my head in her lap. Even now, I still remembered how hot her tears had felt.
有村
My consciousness gradually began to fade.
有村
I...
僕は
And then, in the corner of my eye, I saw her. Hi, Granny. You're just in time for suffering.
It was Arimura's mother. I thought she had left, but I was wrong. Shia LaBeouf. All sanity was gone from her eyes. I saw a sharp flash as she raised her hand high above Arimura's head.
Arimura!
With all the strength I had left, I pushed Arimura down and covered her with my body. The burning pain ran down my back. Again and again. Again and again. Pain. Screams. Mad laughter. A horn. The sounds of a train. Light and shadow. By that point, I didn't even know what was going on anymore. All I could discern was the sound of something hitting the ground. The sound of dragging feet. As well as... Arimura sobs. I tried to speak, but it felt unbelievably weak. When I finally did, my voice was barely a whisper. But I still used all the strength I had left. I had to tell her. I had to tell Arimura. Sorry.
It doesn't matter. Don't say anything else.
But if I don't tell you now, I won't get the chance.
No, I don't want to hear it.
I cut of you. Really?
I know. You're telling the truth.
So good.
No. No, senpai. Don't lie to me like that. No. No. Senpai.
After the stabbing, Arimura Megumi was found by a police officer walking down the street covered in blood. But unfortunately, she's lost her mind. I'm told we can't get anything out of her. And what about the two of them? And you're aware that Arimura Hinae and Miyashiro Takuru both vanished from the scene, yes? She just saw and took their silence as a yes and continued. For some reason, despite her best efforts, the police were unable to find them. That is, until yesterday. The two of them turned out to be hiding in the sealed basement beneath the AH Tokyo General. Weird. The place had been locked up tight. There was no way anyone could find us there. In fact, we'd stayed down there for almost 3 weeks.
そんなことより二人は
The two of them are safe,
二人は
right?
無事なんですよね。
それは
二人につ
About
い
the
て
two
だ
of them.
Kunosato-san picked up where Chinjo-san hesitated. She'd already heard, it seems.
現在
Animita Hine is
有馬の
currently
被
being
害は
held at
病
the
院に保護さ
hospital.
れている。発見された当
And then
時
she was found. She was holding
彼女の
Miyashita
腕の中に
Takaru
は
in her arms.
宮代宝がいたそうだ。ただ
However,
死後2週
it
間
had
以
been
上
2
経過
weeks
した
since the
彼
time
の
of
体
death,
は
and the body had already
すでにほとんど
rotted
が
and
腐敗
partially し
calcified.
calcified.
一部は
We're
白
told
骨
that
化
parts of his body were missing as
ま
well.
た遺体の一部は欠損していたらしい。
And could see them all gasp in horror.
そして有村
Arimita
ひなは
Hine was apparently holding his corpse
腐
closely
敗した宮代
and
宝の
continuously
体
talking
を
to it.
大事そうに抱きかかえずっと話しかけていた。
That's right. I died right after that. It was to be expected, given how many times I'd been stabbed. And the next thing I knew, I was in that hospital. My body was there, non-moving. Narimita was holding me. I didn't know how Narimita had gotten it down there, but she'd probably gotten help from her.
先輩
Narimita was talking to me with a happy look on her face.
先輩お
I
願
have
いが
a
あるんですけ
request.
ど
She seemed to think that she was at school. She kept saying the same thing over and over. I was sure that she was hearing my voice as well. No, not just me. Serika was there, and Kurisu, as well as Ito and Kazuki. And what she was saying was...
ひなちゃんには見えてるんだ
Mahina-chan
よ
seeing is the true
本当
world.
の世界が
Why is this CG what so jump scared you? I mean... Takuri wasn't looking so hot, so you know. And that's Erika for you. She knew exactly what I wanted to say. Yeah, that was the quote-unquote true world. It was the world of truth that Arimita wished for. And she could hear them. Voices without lies. And now I knew that I was a part of her.
タクル
Serika softly touched Kurisu's hand.
そんな
Don't
顔し
make
ちゃダ
that
メだよ
face. I'm sure Toku had a good time too.
楽しかったから
I love you, Serika, but sometimes I need to defenestrate you, and this is one of those times.
ね
Right, Taku? I'm right,
そうだよね
aren't I?
Yeah, I definitely need to defenestrate you. Everyone then looked out the window in unison, up at the sky. How strange. And I'm right here. But what Serika said was right. This was for the best. My voice couldn't reach her anymore. But Arimia now had the world she desired. She had attained a world of truth. And she was still whispering inside of that empty room.
ありがとう
Thank you,
先
senpai.
輩
Dark Sky End. There's a bad ending to this route. That is all. Let's go get that real quick fast, shall we? Based on the guide, the bad end for this route in particular isn't that different from the normal ending. I think it also mentioned specifically... Yeah, this was not the bad ending. That was the good ending. Oh, cool. This was the first delusion here. Cool. Cool, cool. We gotta start having some negative delusions as a treat. Wow, you don't like things anymore. Yeah. Actually, there was a whole special on it, wasn't there? It was the July 1999 issue, I think. That bratty little girl a year or two younger than you is actually just waiting for you to make a forceful move. A forceful move? That meant...
そうだよ。
That's right. I'm actually responsible for everything that happened. That is one hell of a line to get into right after the not bad ending for this route. Huh? Everything? I mean everything, including that woman back there. This is really weird coming into you right after the fucking ending. Because I don't remember exactly what they're actually talking about here. Huh? That you were the one who told us But why? Imagine doing this first. I wanted to do this first. And we also would have remembered the context about the pyrokinetic. To bring you here, of course. I grabbed her by the wrist and pinned her to the bed. Animator looked at me in surprise. Huh? And laughed. Why was she laughing?
Arimura?
What's so funny? How could I not laugh? You set it up? You brought me here? Oh wow, that's just hilarious. Animata stood up and put her fingers up to her jaw. And then, with a strange crackling sound, she started to rip off her own face. Her sudden insanity was enough to make me scream. She ripped off her own skin, and I could see the muscle and bone beneath. Also not where I thought this was going, but it's refreshing to get back to the negative delusions, in case we forgot what they were like after we were treated so nicely with the positive delusions. No, wait. Instead I saw it. You're... I've found you. The woman from before. How could you run away from me? That's so mean. Her eyes glistened with madness as she got closer to me. This is a joke, right? Why? You know why? So I can burn you to ash. Oh boy, cremation for free. She slowly raised her hand. And then the first burst of flame came forth. Burn, burn, burn! It was so hot. It felt like I was going to vomit from the stench of burning hair and skin. I opened my mouth to breathe, and a wave of fire ran down my throat. More, writhe, suffer. This is my pain. This is my joy. Please, please no. That's nice. No what? Huh? I said, no, what? Everybody was looking at me in confusion. Oh, no, it's nothing.
Well, whatever. Am I getting off me? Or else I'll...
さもないと。
Sorry. And now we gotta skip for a while because there's not that many delusions in this route. I think there's only 3 to 4 more after this one. Well, isn't this fun? Isn't this great? Ah, here we go. Another delusion. Just what I ordered. I don't know. Stare. It's only realized that Sediko was staring at me. What? You're thinking of something naughty again, aren't you, Taku? Shit. What are you talking about? I'm not. That's a lie. You were, weren't you? Yeah, they're a tag team for absolutely fucking with someone. Shit. That's right, Harimura's here. You're probably thinking about something perverted again, weren't you? I was not. That's another lie. So he definitely was thinking about something perverted. I was getting nowhere. I just kept on digging myself into a deeper hole. But if I answered by shaking my head, I'd basically be admitting it. Unedited hinae's power made her a formidable foe. So, what should we do, Hina-chan? Oh yeah, this was the skirt flipping. You're right. What do you mean? I do think perverts need to be punished. Punished? Depending on what they had in mind, that could actually be a good thing. Got any good ideas? I want something that'll stop him from ever getting thoughts like that again. That's a good point. Why not blind him? Flip his skirts. Oh, I like that. If he can't see anything, he won't be able to think of anything naughty again. I mean, he can. Just, you know, he won't be able to actually perceive it again. Wait a second. Let's go a little too far just because I thought... Don't worry, Taku. It won't hurt. Not sure about that. No, that's not the problem here. Oh yeah. Maybe I could use my power to distract them somehow. If I could knock and move something or destroy it, they'd turn their attention toward that. And then I could run away.
Yes.
Okay. I concentrated for a moment, and then when my D-sword appeared, I focused on it. Now I... Anima's face suddenly contorted in pain. Huh? Hina-chan? It hurts. What's wrong, Hina-chan? Anima screamed as she writhed in pain, clutching her right arm. It wasn't an act, it was a real scream. I could see red blood falling down from the end of her arm, forming a puddle on the floor. Anima screamed even louder. In the next moment, it exploded. Anima's right hand swelled up like a fruit with a firecracker in it, then exploded from the inside. The tiny fragments of flesh splattered across the windows, the wall, and my face too. Anima fell to the floor, holding her hand.
What is this? Did you do this, Taku?
タクが
No. You're lying. I could hear her moaning on the cold floor. It
先輩
was you, senpai.
タク
No, I didn't mean to. That's nice.
ねえね
Hey,
えセ
hey,
リ
hey, Siri, what's got into Miyashita senpai?
どうしちゃったん気にし
Don't
ない
worry
で
about him.
い
He's
つもの
always
こと
like
だか
that.
ら
So true. You know what's crazy about it being almost midnight already? I started an hour early. Yeah. I think next week we should be able to get the next ending and bad ending in a reasonable, like more reasonable time frame, like not have to do 2 streams for it, just because we won't have to get all the positive delusions again in order to get on the routes, because we can just skip through them, but
じゃあ押す
you know, we'll see. I also won't accidentally get the comment again. To eat
食べ
you,
るためです
senpai.
よ
Oh, we're getting eaten now? Okay. Humph. Huh? Are we becoming soup? Suddenly, Arimina's expression changed. No, it wasn't just her expression, her voice, her whole personality. What's going on? What just happened, Arimira? What are you talking about, Miyashita senpai? Did you not notice?
もしかして
You're the only
気づ
living
いてなかった
person
ん
in
で
the
すか
school. For
今
now.
この学校で生きているのは宮代先輩だけなんですよ
And was it everyone else becoming soup? What is she talking about? I'm the only living person in the school? And that's impossible.
たくお
I'm
腹すいたよ
hungry.
タク
Let me eat your soft guts.
食べさせておの
No, Kurisu.
クルスまで
What's got into you
どうした
guys?
って
It was only then that I realized that every person in the classroom was looking at me. No, they weren't people any longer. Their skin was the color of clay and hanging off their bodies. There was no life in their clouded eyes. Some of them didn't even have eyes. Something white was dripping out of their empty sockets. And when they fell to the floor, they wriggled. There were maggots. Maggots had fallen out of their eye sockets and landed on the floor. And once took a step or 2 forward, and even that small impact was enough for his arm to snap off and fall to the floor. But the living dead didn't care. Slowly, 1 step at a time, they got closer to me. And some of them were dragging something rope-like behind them. I looked closer and saw that it was their intestines. They were dragging their guts along the floor as they walked.
たく
Hi, Sarika. I was surrounded by an army of corpses. And the stench was enough to make me vomit on the spot.
タクル
Taguru?
I looked up and saw that Aribira and Kurisu were staring down at me with lifeless eyes.
先輩
I shoved my hands forward and felt something slippery on my palm. My hands had broken the skin on Aribira's arms, revealing the yellow fat and rotting flesh beneath. Aribira stared at her ripped arm and slowly laughed. Natsuko senpai.
Senpai!
She opened her mouth wide and went for my neck. Yeah, like that would ever happen.
先輩聞いてます
Senpai, are you listening? Or, yeah.
Eh?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I was actually
ここに来た
what
理
you
由だ
were
よね。
doing here.
例の件
We... I guess the negative delusion there wasn't too dissimilar from the positive delusions. The positive delusion was everyone wanting him. Just in a different way.
そうだな。
Yeah, this is about where to go eat. This will be interesting what the negative delusion here is. I need to decide on some place appropriate for a date. A normie is capable of making decisions when he needs to. Can you wait a second? I think there's another place around here. Yes, here it is. I'm sorry. We're very crowded right now. There's a 2-hour wait. No good.
でした。
I'd gone around to 6 places and hadn't looked at any of them. I was exhausted from walking, and I could tell that Arimita's patience was reaching its limit.
もういいよ
Forget it.
え
Huh?
もう
I said forget
いいん
it!
だよ
有村さん
Arimita-san.
なんなんだよ
What's with you?
さっ
You
き
keep
から
making me
あちこ
walk
ち歩き
around to all
回
these
されて
different
冗談じゃね
places.
えっつうの
I know you're not used to
慣れて
this,
ないにも
but
限度があんだ
still.
ろ
Think about what it's
連れ
like
回
for
される
me.
にも慣れっての
Wait, next time.
次
There is no
なんかね
next
え
time.
よ
I'm
私
going
もう帰
home.
るし
Seriously,
マジ
I'm
これ以上
done with this
付き合ってら
crap.
んねえお前みたい
You're
な
never gonna be able to
一
pull
生
off a date in your
ろくに
life,
デートもできねえよ
virgin.
この童貞野郎
Virgin. Arimita looked at me the same way you might look at a pile of garbage, and left without looking back. The gazes of the other people on the street pierced into me as I was left behind.
ねえ
Hey,
あの子童
she said
貞
he's
だ
a
って
virgin.
こじらせちゃったっ
What?
てやつ
Did he screw up the date?
かわいそう
Poor guy.
おめえ
Why
相
don't
手し
you
て
go
やれば
date him? No way, no way, no way, never. Damn it. The more I thought about it, the more upset I got. This is so low stakes compared to the last 2 delusions, yeah. She didn't need to be like that just because all the restaurants were full. And after she called me for... The time is now midnight, October 19th, 2015. Welcome, everyone. This is Kei-san.
皆様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。K さんと申します。
Shibuya news had begun. I felt like it had been a long time since I'd heard Kei's voice. I still couldn't believe that this calm, quiet voice belonged to the Kunosato-san of all people.
さて、
I'm speaking to you tonight to tell you about a tragic incident that occurred in Shibuya yesterday.
昨日、渋谷
Incident?
で起きた悲惨な事件についてです。
Was there a new murder? Yeah, your reputation.
18
A
日、
little after 1 p.m. yesterday, on the 18th, in downtown Shibuya, a third-year student at Hekiho Academy named Miyashita Takuru failed to properly escort a lady.
女子のエスコートに失敗するという事件が発生しました。
Huh? What is she?
原因は
The cause is believed to be that Miyashita Takuru is a virgin.
The police are putting their full efforts into... Why the hell is she talking about that? Is that really newsworthy? And does she really have to use the internet to tell the whole world? Huh? Suddenly, I realized there was a lot of noise coming from outside my room. And then there was a bright light. And it was the light of a flashlight. Dozens of flashlights were illuminating my room. Wait, that wasn't quite it. There was a huge crowd outside the RV. Hey, was this the place? Hey, don't push! It's dangerous! But I can't see from here. What was that? A rock? Hey, you're in the right. Come out! Come on, get out here! But why? I just didn't pick the right place to go to on my dates. So why? Why? That's stupid. Something like that would never happen.
とりあえず何系がいい?
God damn. Okay, I have to pee. I don't remember when the next illusion is, but hopefully far away enough for me to go pee. Yeah. Hopefully this wasn't sitting here for too long. I'll find out in post. Ha. Anyways. I went to take a closer look. And the next moment... A vine reached out from under her skirt and wrapped around me. Okay, it's this illusion, got it. But what's going on? You fell for it, Miyashita Takaru. You're... I'm Ohina, the last surviving Kunochi of the Hazakura ninja army you destroyed. I've been waiting for the hour of my revenge. The Hazakura ninja army? So you sealed your own memories to forget, huh? That must have been nice. I forgot. Suddenly, there was a splitting pain in my head, and I saw a strange vision. An old mountain village. Rising smoke. Falling men and women. And a laughing man. Me. What the hell is this? Do you remember now? Those are your memories. You destroyed our village all by yourself. And now, it is time for me to have my revenge. This is... Oh boy. Animita's body suddenly went blurry before splitting into several copies. Hazakara ninja magic clone technique. She finally mastered mitosis. There we go. Now, which is the real me? Can you tell? Vines sprang forth from all directions, wrapped around my neck. And then... bubbles appeared from underneath her skirt. But impossible. The technique is... Everything that these bubbles touch melts away. But using it costs the wielder their life. I will gladly die to wreak my vengeance on you. Yashira Takuru. Farewell! Sayonara de Kazaru. No. No one says wreck my vengeance anymore. What kind of old movie was that supposed to be? Nobody likes stuff these days anyway. Or likes that stuff anyway. When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight at Animita's healthy thighs. God. Dorky ass. I don't really know what the bad ending will entail. My original guess as we got to the ending was that oh, maybe after Takumi has what we maybe thought at first was a fake death would be where it ends right before that. But I don't know. It also could easily end right at the scene that it's all the way to the credits, so the after credit scene doesn't happen for this bad end. Because the guy did say that the bad end was near identical, save some ending scenes. So, no, I can actually double check what the guide said. I should have it handy enough. No, the game didn't like that. This ending is almost identical to the main ending of the route, with the exception of some scenes that are missing at the very end. Yeah, okay. I remember. That was part of why I originally wanted to do the bad end first, though, because of that. But, I was a stupid. I did stoop. It's funny because, I did physically write down what I had to do for, all the endings, so that way I can just pull that up instead of tab over to Firefox or whatever. And I
like, when I noticed I made that mistake, I double-checked that I wrote everything correctly for everything else, and I was more specific for all the other ones except for this one. Yeah, okay. Seems like it just ended there. It seems like that flashed through the, totally reality Takaru's fine. Kissy. That's interesting. Man, I really wish we did that before the proper ending for that, because we would have been really thrown for a loop for the after credits scene for that. We'd be like, huh? After credits scene? And then all that shit, oh god. But it's okay that we did it this way. Next character route ending. Yeah, let me just exit the game, actually. I have a chatting screen. I can find it, maybe. Haha. Here we go. Okay, so the next one should be a lot easier to not fuck up for how to do things, because for the next ending that I'll be getting, called the Deep Sky End, is for the like proper ending, it's once again selecting all positive delusions and additional delusions, except for the delusion where Hinae and Takuri are preparing for the culture festival. But to get the bad ending, you have to, there will be like a map trigger selection in the route that needs to be corrected correctly with, like, completed correctly with no mistake. So if it's like easy enough, it should be easy enough to get the bad ending intentionally. But we'll see, because I don't know what that map trigger will entail until we're there. But it should be a lot easier to just get set onto the route since we've already done all the positive delusions. So it'll just be a lot of skipping until we get to that actual proper content TM. So, thumbs up. So at least there's that. I don't think it'll take nearly as long, because once again, we don't have to like go through the positive delusions for the first time, fresh and whatnot. I will say I'm pretty sure there aren't any like proper endings that require negative delusions, but I can look that over again. Oh, I was actually incorrect. Yeah, select all negative delusions, but choose positive for a specific delusion. Okay, so I was wrong. And that's actually applicable for 2 possible endings as well, which is interesting. And each of them have multiple bad endings, so that will be a time when we get to that. That might have to be a couple of streams. But that's a later problem. There'll be a post-AL Anime Impulse LA problem. But anyways, that was a time TM, as always. I'm sure you guys agree that it was a time. Especially Paul's timing of popping in. Man. Ugh. As Peachy said earlier, head in hands. Man. This game just keeps going, huh? And that was our recommended first character ending, first character route, you know? Head in hands forever, I know. Head in hands forever, so true. It's crazy. Meow, 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 meow. Great, finding someone to raid. That's what I was trying to do. Options, options, options. Maybe Yukuhaku, because I haven't raided them in the last 30 days. I also haven't raided Gria Knight either. Seems like everyone that is currently live has been live for a while too, so it's like, I don't know if anyone plans to be ending possibly soon. There's no one that's like just started type thing. Would you guys be more interested in Monster Hunter Wilds or Lufia the Ruins of Lore? You don't know either of those? Do you know Monster Hunter at all? You might have seen it here and there between Catman and, Relix. Somewhat. Okay. And then Lufia, the Ruins of Lore, I'm not super familiar with either. It seems to be an old JRPG, though. I think Wilds is the newest Monster Hunter game. Don't quote me on anything. I don't go there. I just know there is a new Monster Hunter game that came out. Wilds might be the one, since there's literally 2 people that I'm following playing it right now. I think I'll go ahead and raid one of the Monster Hunter Wilds persons. They are currently streaming Monster Hunter Wilds. I was just on autopilot there, but I realized that it's like, what am I trying to say? Hello? I already established what game they're playing. The person that I'm picking to raid, though, is solely CH. They haven't streamed in a while as far as I remember. Or at least it's definitely been a while since I've had the opportunity to raid them as well, for sure. Like, I'm pretty confident I have raided Greya more recently than Soli, for sure. So that's part of why I'm picking Soli to raid this time. Yeah. So that will be a time. They are fighting a dragon, doing the hunting of monsters. Monster Hunter. Yeah. So I will send you all off there. Thank you guys so much for joining. As always, I do appreciate your support, especially since this stream ended up going on for a while. But yeah, I will catch you all next time. Tomorrow, Peachy will be dragged back here with me with another earlier start to hopefully actually finish off Signalis. We will see what happens. Our goal is finishing game. Whether or not that happens, we don't know yet. Come join us to find out. And then I guess also possibly finishing Neptunia on Monday. Fuck. Senran Kagura Neptunia might be over Monday. I am just processing that information right now because of the oh fuck. Okay, anyways. Finishing games aside, I'll catch you all next time, be it tomorrow or whenever you next pop in, even if it's months from now. I will be here. Probably. Anyways, until then though, bye-bye. Bye. I thought I set that up. I swear I set this up. Maybe I forgot. I'm very good at the forget. Or I just didn't hit that button. Okay, anyways.